All right. Hello and welcome everyone. This is in total session number 7. So just kind of cover a little bit of what had just happened. We had trekked from Jigao to the Emerald Loop caravan across a span of several days. In fact, it took us 9 days to make that journey. Along the way, there was many very troubling encounters with different types of fiends that should not be in this part of the country. When you arrived at the grove that holds the caravan, you saw that there was a significant contingent of the Aurora Watch was there setting up palisades and other defenses. Around the camp itself, they had even built walls almost like a wooden fort, which had not been there in the past. You had managed to come into the camp after meeting several people outside. You had spoke with some of the different vendors in the area, trying to acquire a few things for the last bit of your journey. Thena had found someone to fashion her a cloak out of the Moorbounder hide. And then you had sought to try to get someone to identify the magical dagger that you had found along the way. And then the Captain Hicks, who was one of the first people that you had encountered on your way in, happened to be the one that you found on patrol. And one of his spell slingers was able to identify that dagger for you. After you had kind of given him enough of the recent history of some of your actual deeds, and he believed you, and to some of the efforts that you had made that were of great assistance to the Watch and some of its members up to this point. And then that all happened kind of early in the morning, and we had spent kind of the rest of the day. We were kind of skipping forward a little bit as we were resting, and just getting some sustenance and some other things along the way, knowing that throughout the day different Aurora Watch members were going to come to you to ask for small tasks. And so there's a handful of these things as they're trying to set up these barricades and some of these defenses. And then they just give you a task list every so often. Go do this, go do this, go do this. Something you had agreed to as part of the deal to get your dagger identified. By the evening, you're actually starting to get a little winded. You've moved a bunch of logs and different things, and there seems to be some festivities starting to muster. Music starts playing in the camp again. They set up the bonfire in the center of the camp, and as they prepare meals, there tends to be a pretty jovial air to the camp atmosphere. And that's kind of where we're going to come right into it all. So after you've spent the day doing, a good number of manual tasks, as well as some of your own, tasks that you had hoped to accomplish early in the day, what would you like to do this evening?
Well, we're waiting for the spell slinger that identified the dagger as a repayment to him personally. We offered to buy him a drink with the intent of perhaps asking him about the amulet when he was more alone. When
More
he came to
alone
get a
with all
drink.
the but I mean,
Yeah, but like,
in a busy fire area, boozing.
well, yeah, but I mean, not with all the watchmen watching us.
Hmm.
I'm just saying that was the intent, if the circumstances allow, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kaz?
Yeah, I thought that was a little more intended for Hicks, but I guess either way.
Probably gonna grab some beers and head out to the campfire activities at night.
All right. The kind of in the rotation of shifts, It seems like they had, just like the previous day when you arrived, kind of into the evening. The soldiers' shifts are long as they're trying to make these defensives, and so they are working from. They were the ones that woke you up early in the morning, and then they're also were there when y'all arrived late at night, past a couple of hours past dark, still working. And so it is. You do not expect them to be rather free for very long or very often. But based on kind of what you know of what they are, now that it is kind of evening time, you would expect them to come into the camp before long. But they haven't yet.
So I guess we're just hanging out, or at least I'm hanging out, with maybe a drink, watching people, watching everybody, all the festivities, counting Balasar's drinks, absentmindedly.
Yep. I'm not getting sloshed. Balasar's not getting sloshed yet, right? He's grabbed a couple drinks to go hang out at the campfire area where everyone chit chats and gossips so we can gather intel, alright?
You don't know that I'm counting.
Can't gather intel when you're drunk. You gotta ride the line.
Since you're kind of on a intel gathering mission, you go around talking to who are you trying to get intel from? The more of the camp goers, the people that are normally there, or these Aurora Watch members that are now kind of stationed here?
No, I'm just acting friendly with everyone in the area of the campfire area where everyone communes and hangs out and is jovial and spends their limited free time.
So one thing you note is
just being
that,
a butterfly.
as you kind of start looking around, there's actually very few of the Aurora Watch guards that are even taking the leave enough to sit and eat and be merry and chit chat. It's mostly only the camp goers, and so you kind of take some special note of that particularly.
Do we see the guards, the Aurora Watch guards, more in the periphery? Are they working, or are they just kind of absent?
A mix of both. So you have seen coming and going. We had said dozens, if not maybe over 100 Aurora Watch guards, all that are throughout the grove and forest and in the camp and out. But there's very few at any one given time. One notice there's a couple of large ogres in some kind of elite uniform dress that are over near a cabin that's off kind of the north part of the camp, standing watch, and they haven't moved all day. They haven't moved at all, standing there making guard. And then other than that, there's a handful, maybe 10 to 15 or so, that are kind of in the camp at one time, and most of them are on the walls, on either look to be actively on lookout, or are making small mendings or repairs, or moving things, or delivering missives. There's only a couple that come and stop, eat, talk with someone, and then they usually go very quickly. They don't usually stick around very long. Balazar, since you're, chit-chatting with all the folks, why don't you roll me an investigation check, just to kind of see what fact-finding you kind of do.
Just a couple beers, really.
That was just a couple
He's
beers.
not drunk.
Yeah, that's why I'm counting.
So, if you were gonna tell me something secret,
All right, Battlestar's not a good spy. All right.
Oh, that's funny. That is.
He's like, "How are you doing?" Everyone's like, "Fine," and then he moves on. He walks up to people like, "My name's Balasar. What's your name?" And then he moves on. You know, he doesn't really gleam anything. He's an idiot. All right,
No, I mean,
guys, I got everybody's names.
But can you remember them all?
Nope.
I would like you to go ahead and also roll an insight check.
DM tries to reveal something to the party, but fails.
Aha, mediocre.
Right down.
I was just gonna say, like, since Thena is watching Balasar to make sure he's not getting into trouble with
Least
his
likely.
a couple of beers, um she can kind of see like what like how people are reacting to him and stuff like that,
Yeah,
even if she's
yeah.
not.
You can go ahead and roll it. You should roll an insight too as well, I think.
I do have a follow-up question. Something you said before where they're rolling. We were the people we were helping. Were we helping the Aurora Watch, or were we helping like the other people who are coming through?
It was the Aurora Watch. You're talking about like physically with the physical
Yeah,
activity
yeah.
throughout the day. It was the Aurora Watch that would come by and say, you know, the captain says to do this, you know, or whatever, and then you would go do it.
So when we finished up what our individual jobs, like the people we were working with, did they keep working, or did they seem like they got a little downtime?
They would ask you to come help with a particular task, and then whenever finished, they would go off out somewhere and do something else. Most of the stuff was outside of the camp, so they'd come get you and say, "Come help," and then you would go do something somewhere with a small contingent, and then you would help, and then they'd say, "All right, that's it. Go back and we'll get you when the next thing comes up." And then they would leave. They would often not come back to camp, but would go somewhere else. It seems like they are determined, busy, and I guess very much in their task.
But we don't know what they're really expecting, right?
No. Only that it's probably not good. As far as the insights go, even Balazar can kind of tell that, you know, it's not like the military has come in and taken over, and so people are kind of under their thumb or, you know, begrudgingly dealing with these, you know, now overseers that are there. Instead, it seems more like it's an uplifting, positive reaction. Maybe there's been some trouble in recent, and, you know, these watch members being here actually provide some level of safety that they are welcoming. And so they encourage, when they come in, when they do travel through, you can see several of the members, "Hey, you know, come get this nice, you know, bowl of food, come sit for a minute, take a moment, rest, you've done a good job," you know, kind of attitude towards the soldiers as they're coming and going. But they are so determined in trying to complete their task quickly that their stay is brief and then they're gone again.
It almost seems that if trouble does come, that the soldiers will be so harrowed already that they won't be able to fight their best without getting the rest they need.
You have, yeah, that does track very much. They are run. It seems like they're being run thin on their shifts. They are not given a lot of rest. They're up early, up before the sun, and they're physical activity all day until they, you know, sleep. They come in way after
Collapse.
dark and then come in and just sleep, and almost like in nap cycles, where they're getting. It seems like some of them maybe are coming and going and getting like 4 hours of sleep, and then they're off, and then maybe they get an hour or two in the middle of the day, and then that's kind of the motivation that it seems to be that they're under at the moment.
guess if they've seen even half the things we have, but they're definitely on high alert.
Yeah, high alert is no reason to completely wear ragged all of your men.
And one thing, I guess, is you kind of you have a very keen sense of insight on this. Is while the campgoers are grateful, and then they do want them, like they're really happy that they're there, and then they're working really hard, but they're almost to some level confused as to why they're working so hard so quickly. That has, like, even though there was some danger, it didn't seem like it warranted
This immediate of a
Yes.
response.
yes.
So Hicks knows, or someone knows more than they're letting on as far as what the immediate danger is.
That is definitely what you feel. Yes.
And Hicks is the highest level of Aurora Watch that's here.
There's a Lord Commander.
There is a Lord Commander here as well.
Oh, okay.
So he is the captain, and so captain is rare to be out on on a regular patrol. So they're usually the major watch guards. So they usually just kind of from the knowing and the gathering, captains are usually like outpost commanders, and so they're usually very high ranking, and they're not that they just stay there and they never fight, or they're not just paper pushers, so to speak, but it is rare for them to be out doing things mundane. There, as far as what you've been able to glean, there is at least 2 captains here and a Lord Commander.
But we haven't seen the Lord Commander.
You saw the Lord Commander for just a brief moment when you first arrived, because he's the one that said, "Stop giving them shit," and then that would take any help that we can get, as he was leading a patrol himself at that time.
They may be planning something. There may be another big thing out there that we haven't come across yet.
I feel like we could aid better if we knew what was coming and when they expected it.
I was gonna say, obviously they've encountered some of these crazy things that shouldn't be out here also, and so maybe they just see a coming storm of what is this stuff. I don't know why this is the place where they would decide to defend like crazy, but
Maybe there's something here that they're defending.
I don't think it's that way. I mean, they're charged probably with keeping these trade routes. I mean, they're regular patrols.
Right, but what are the guards guarding in the middle of the camp that haven't left or had a break?
I don't know. They just maybe expect something to happen here. I don't know.
Well, those aren't overall watch guards, those are something else.
Oh, I think they're just guarding goods, and these are merchants with lots of gold investment or whatever.
Can I take a bowl of soup over to the ogres and see if I can...
You mean the bugbears?
Yeah, what were they? Bugbears? I thought Jad said ogres.
No, they were so there are bugbears and orcs and humans and drows that are amongst the regulars, but the 2 that I pointed out specifically that hadn't moved all day from guarding that cabin that's on the north side of the camp are ogres. So they're very big.
So 2 bowls of soup and 2 beers, and take it over to the ogres, and just comment on, it looks like you haven't gotten a break in a while, so this is for you.
they're like slurp little soup and that's it.
It's like a little
Big bowls.
It's like a
Big bowls
shot,
of soup.
shot glass of soup. So as you grab your the foodstuffs and you start heading up that way, as soon as you start to get close, you can see while I say they're not moving. I mean, they're like the royal palace guards that guard Buckingham Palace. Like they're not moving. They're standing at attention and still for now what seems to be almost 12 hours, and they haven't moved. And as you approach, they're rigid and stiff and standing. And as soon as you get close, you see their stance. Their feet come apart, and then they shift their shoulders.
They're gonna intercept you. You better be careful.
Well, I just call out to them as soon as I see them move. No worries. I come peaceably. I just thought that you would appreciate some sustenance, and then kind of like show what I'm holding.
I'm sure they can't eat.
They just kind of you see each one eyes kind of look back at one another as they kind of look forward. And you can see that they're tempted just a little bit, but you can see them shake their head no as they say no. We'll eat when shift is over.
That was sweet of you.
Well, I'm smart enough to not try to
What is
continue
that
to
building that
approach
they're
them,
guarding,
so-
Brad?
It's a cabin.
Yeah, so it's like you've seen a lot of the watch members coming and going from there. Very likely to be like a command station or something.
I see. Okay.
Along that lines. Obviously, haven't been inside, but that does seem to track pretty well with the number of soldiers that are coming and going, typically bringing missives. It is. I think that you have perhaps gleaned some insight too that seem like it's not just, even if it's a wartime command center. You usually have. I mean, yeah, you have guards, but it seems a bit much. I would like as from your interaction, as you kind of come up and you start asking of them, how would this be? I want you to roll a perception check. So, like, as you get close, there's like a set of like small steps kind of up, and then the palisades kind of ring around this cabin, more so that like they've built these fort walls all the way around the camp, but they've built like almost another layer around the cabin itself. And there's some steps to come up to it. There's a couple of guard towers, and then there's these two ogres sitting on the steps to this cabin out in front. But as you come up that first set of steps, right in front of the ogres, you start to feel, I don't know, it's like a tingling, like your skin gets those little skin prickles. The hair maybe stands up just this tiny little bit. There's something in the air. Some weird feeling that you get as you approach.
Ward.
Can I overhear any voices from the cabin?
You cannot.
You said that the palisades were built kind of around the cabin, but are they like a full wall or more of like wall pieces with gaps kind of in them?
Around the camp seems to be almost entirely full wall, and but not just like regular full wall. Like if you think about like really old medieval wooden forts that are just a whole bunch of giant log spikes. These are built not just like the log spikes, which are also there, but they have actually ramparts that follow along the walls entirely. So it's like there's some not just like a line, but some thickness to it of the walls that have been built.
And around the cabin, was it also complete? I'm not sure
Yes.
that was answered. Okay.
Yeah, all the defenses that you had seen as they were coming into the forest, they were building stuff out there in bits and pieces all over the place. And there was nothing that was even close to something that looked complete out there. But this is like another layer inside that honeycomb that they built this up quick and solid first, and then now they're out trying to do stuff out in the forest to have a multiple lines of defense. The last time that anybody was through here, months ago, none of this existed at all.
Can I attempt to persuade the ogre that one bowl of soup isn't gonna hurt him?
Yeah, go ahead and roll a persuasion check. Perhaps not, but not worth it. Protocol is a must. It is our one true defense in the chaos.
Defense from what?
Bad things are coming. They've been coming. Now is not a good time to loosen one's ideals.
I say we just let them be. I mean, we're not really suspicious
No,
of anything
just
going on in the camp.
curious.
I know. Let's get on with our business. Let's get your cape and get out of here.
Alright, I walk back to the group with 2 bowls of soup that I hand to Balasar to help sober him up.
Soup.
And the beers I give to Kaz.
Beer. That was kind of you.
So as we kind of settle around, try to enjoy the evening a little, you notice that, like, you still anticipate people coming back, but now it's dark time now, and time has gone by even further, and now it's getting late. Now you're getting tired. Patrols have still not returned.
Uh-oh.
It's like I just kind of say to Athena, it's like, yeah, I thought they might find us for that beer tonight.
Do you think something's holding them up? Should we check on them before we turn to bed?
Well, we do have newfound night vision goggles.
Do we even know where they're at? Like where an officer's tent would be?
I mean, I assume there's stations kind of like sporadically along the wall. So if we just walk out to the wall and then kind of walk around until we run into one. If we find any one group, they'd probably be able to kind of update us.
This thing with the ogre guard, you may have mentioned, but like, assuming this path that's going in and out through the town, is this near one of the entrances, or is this just some place kind of in the middle?
Why don't I show you?
Oh,
Dun dun dun.
black map with some question marks.
Aha.
Well, why don't I show you?
That's question marks.
Oh wow, look at that shit.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's really cool.
So there's the ogres that I don't know about.
Where are the ogres? Oh, okay.
Upper right.
Oh, did I move you accidentally? I think I pulled something around on there that I shouldn't have.
Yeah, you moved one of the one of the drow.
I was trying to move the map, but I grabbed something instead.
Is that a horn?
Oh my
Is that an
goodness.
alarm?
It's a peace horn. They blow that when it's going to be a peaceful night and nothing's about to happen.
I don't buy that.
Just as you're contemplating leaving the fort to go out and look for the patrols, you hear one horn go off, and then not much longer another,
White Walkers.
followed by another from different directions. One from the north, one from the east, one from the southwest.
Oh hell yeah.
I kill my beer.
Finally Brutus perks up. Oh no, like people marching on us. So, in these kind of things, do we help defend or do we flee? What's happening here? That's what we need to find out.
Just for a moment, just in the forests, you hear the clink of steel as it's clashing. You hear one final war horn, close, coming from the southwest. One troop of the Aurora Watch Guards, led by Hicks, return through the front gates, being harried by a series of forces. You hear guards. Oops, I actually closed something on accident. You hear guards from the walls all around calling about sightings in the trees.
Is there a way for Brad? Is there a way for us to get up on the wall, like to get our own eyes on things, like on the south wall? Are we at that? Are we at the fire there? Most of us.
Yeah, kind of in where near where all the tents are on the south
Yeah.
east side of the camp.
That's what I thought. So I mean, is there a way for me to get like to the south wall, up on the south wall? I see a ladder there.
Yes, there are internally there are lots of ladders. Everywhere that there's a tower, inside the tower is its own way up onto the ramparts themselves, and then
also in the middle.
There are some spread out ladders that just go up directly. They're not super regular, but they are all over the place.
I just know about the one in the south there. I want to. At least until something else changed my mind. I want to get eyes on this, so I'm gonna start booking it down there to that ladder in the middle of the south wall to get eyes.
Yeah, I go with them.
Everybody onto the map here real quick. And then you can kind of move yourselves where you would like to go.
But if we're in a little bit of freeish combat, I want to cast Mage Armor.
Okay, go ahead. Yep, I'll let you do that.
You're coming from the southwest, Riv.
So the
Yeah.
people,
No, this way.
the patrol led by Hicks was coming from the southwest, but you have heard guardsmen from all over the walls calling about sightings in the trees.
I just
from
wanted to get eyes.
all the directions.
Yeah. I'm just up at the top of the ladder there.
I'm just moving myself here for a question. Is this the only way in and out? This one and the one on the east?
Actually, the one on the east isn't even it's really only the one on the west.
Okay. I would start
That is the
I
only
follow
big-
Cosred.
That's the only big gate. And so as right as you kind of head to the west, that's when you see you're coming up to the patrol as they're entering into the gate. As Brutus climbs the wall and sees over the edge.
Ah, look at that.
You see
Oh, wow.
clusters from every direction of fiendish creatures, all encircling and enclosing. Far to the southwest, you see a giant horse, very large horse, which hooves are on fire, a mane of pure flame comes across its back. Sitting atop that is a large, imposing figure. Let me show you some pictures. So you can see a large number of these. Makes up the bulk of the forces.
Good thing I had some soup. Oh yeah. Bear man pig.
Couple of these. A few of these beauties.
Friday night.
Those.
Got 2 mouths.
There's your nightmare.
I can ride that, right?
I encourage this.
Hot water burn baby. And riding up atop the back of the nightmare is this.
I don't want to ride that.
Hey, boo boo. Oh, I wish I was. I wish I had climbed up to the top.
Brad, if I accidentally close the pictures, can I open them back up by clicking something?
If I've shared them with you, they should be in images, but I don't know what it looks like on your side as far as what has been shared.
You'll have to search for them by name.
Maybe
not
campaigning
order.
images. Oh no, there's a shit ton.
Yeah, it's
You have to find them. Yep.
Alright, thank you.
Just for future reference.
Yeah, awesome. Well, how high is the wall, the palisade?
it's 8 to 10 feet. Kind of depends a little on the terrain itself surrounding it.
Okay, and where's Balzar?
That's a lot of bad guys.
That is
Went
a
the
lot of
front
that,
gate.
guys. You went to the front gate? Okay. Well, I feel like, I mean, I could easily get out, but then I think that would be dumb. So I guess we have to move around to the front gate.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to.
Take on the whole army. Oh yeah. Although this group in the south doesn't seem too bad. I don't know how big the giant spider thing is.
2 to 3 times your size.
I love Drad's laugh. Oh my gosh.
Well, I don't know anything about this shit.
And jump down and find out. Welcome to rope day.
And with that, I think let's all roll initiative.
I forget how to do it, Drad. I'm so sorry. On my main
Wow.
page or something.
Wasted.
Yes, on the main. It says in it.
I did
So,
not do well.
my odds of rolling the lowest are higher or lower now.
You have Will Wheaton dice. Like the last couple campaigns, man. That's just what you roll for initiative. It's uncanny.
He's biding his time. He's just waiting.
There's a reason why I've taken the least amount of damage this campaign. It's because they're mostly dead by the time I get there. There's someone's pulled aggro.
So, right out of the gate, the first to go is Captain Hicks. And so Captain Hicks is going to use one of his, not just his turn, but one of his legendary actions
Where is he
to
on the map?
do a full
Next to
troop
us.
command.
He's the H. Right?
Actually, that's a human. Those are the H's are humans. He's the
I know,
Drow
but-
soldier. Actually, I thought-
Oh, he's a drow.
They're
thought-
red to us. That's why I thought they were. I was shitting myself a little bit because I thought they were some baddies.
Oh wait, hold up. Yeah,
Could be shitting themselves.
they did not do right.
I thought Hicks was human.
No, he's Drow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this gives me this camp picture. I like. It's way different than I'd imagined the camp, but I like it.
I have an ultra wide screen. My screen's not big enough for all the
Yeah,
screens.
me too. Holy shit.
I have 2 screens filled with 2 of my 3 screens.
Oh yeah, can I just drag this across both screens?
Yes, yes.
Hell yeah.
Yes, you can. Yes. It's wonderful. Now it is all one. I wish that you could break things up into windows, but like each window is in its own program. It's all run internally, so you can't take something off, like can truly separate it. But you can drag over entire span of screen space and use all of it. All right, I think I made all the. So I only put, because there's enough junk on the combat tracker, it's really going to be tough to keep track of a lot of stuff. So I only put one of each type, so to speak, as their own, of the allies on their own space. So they're all going to kind of act together when it's their turn. So what you see is Hicks, when he turns, as soon as they make through the actual gates, before the gates are even closed, you can see that he turns and stands in almost like this heroic stance, and he holds up one hand, and then you can see that he does some kind of signal. It's kind of hard, really fast to pick up, but he does some kind of hand signal, and then you can see across. He says, "Company, fire!" Several of the spell slingers that are in his group turn as the rest of the guard keeps actually walking in and starts fanning out around the entrance to the gates. 2 spell slingers bring their arms down and point as a large ball of fire arcs from each one, pointed out in a different direction. The fires explode in a giant burst of flame, engulfing several of the demons that are nearest of the 2 groups that are approaching the gate. Let's see. This here. Two large fireballs erupt, encompassing quite a bit of this area, just to the west and southwest, where a lot of the closest enemy groups are. As that fireballs erupt, you can see that the fires seem to linger for a moment longer. It's like a pillar of flame. Like, not only does it erupt, it's just like one large nova that kind of spreads into a big dome of fire. but inside of it you can see almost like little bitty pillars of fire, like erupt from underneath the ground, throwing bits of earth and stone as well. It sends several demons flying through the air, and when they land as charred, just bits with several chunks missing off of their bodies, limbs flying. It'd be a lot easier if it actually had this built into the NPC, but I forgot to do that.
This is
Kind of while I do this, one thing you notice is that as the fires erupt, the figure on the flaming horse and the horse itself seem to be entirely unaffected. They just kind of stand there, kind of like that big ugly orc from the Lord of the Rings movies that just kind of stands there as the big stone like lands right next to him and he spits on it.
Okay. Badass. Oh wow, they cleared out the gate area already?
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
Yeah, those two giant fireballs killed all those little bitty dudes, even some of the crazier looking bigger dudes, which is kind of surprising if it wasn't for it didn't just look like a fireball eruption. Perhaps some of you have seen that before. It seemed like they were super juiced. Which makes it Kazrin's turn.
Do I have enough movement? So I have to climb. Oops.
To
Crap.
climb where?
Up near Athena.
Yeah, I made a shit. Could you reopen the window for me? I made a circle, and then I could only select the circle and not myself. To like up here, where I could see north.
Yes. No, I think you and just barely make it to the top of that ladder with your movement because of how much up you have to do.
All right. He said fire. I'm running up. I tell Balasar I'm going to do something stupid.
Oh wow.
Should have said you do it for me.
Hell yeah.
Where'd you fire at?
Those to the north. I have 150 feet on the cast.
Oh shit!
I saw these big mobs down
That's
here. And I was like,
awesome.
oh, that's going to be cool. Then they all died. And I was like, well, damn it. So, yeah,
So
I just...
you hit. This group for visuals, right? Like that's
Yeah.
the group you just blew up? Okay, so it
Yeah.
like. Excellent. Level 5 means you got Fireball too. Now you notice that yours was very effective, but and it wounded greatly several of them. You can see charred pieces, like one of the ones that has the weird mouth on its arm, where its hand should be, was like it kind of blew off the other arm entirely. So it's very wounded, but yours didn't have the extra pillars of flame that seemed to jettison up out of the earth that theirs did.
Well, that's just wrong. I'm going to write my congressman. Yeah, and you just see Kazrin run up, throw his hands in the air. Well, first he looks around and then sees a big group, throws his hands up in the air, and you see a fireball come falling down. And that's my turn.
From the east, you hear a screaming cry as just from what you can see from both kind of on the top is this giant green goo engulfs one of the human guards on the wall. As you can kind of see just a moment as you kind of turn to look at him, there, like the goo kind of goes over him, and then it just kind of literally melts and is like into a puddle and is no longer a thing. He's just gone.
Acid puddle?
Off the eastern ramparts.
Do we know like which kind of creature did that?
You could not see from your vantage points what did that.
What about lore or anything like that? Like, do I know of any of the creatures that I'm looking at that could have done that? I mean, I don't think the Dretch can do it, and I don't know what the Maw Demon can do, and I don't know what the Giant Spider can do. Was it something else, I guess? I just try to ascertain were any of the 4 things that I'm looking at on the south wall, could they do it?
I was like, unless something, like maybe the Maw Demon could spit up something to do that, but you, like, it doesn't seem like something the Spider or the Dretches are doing, but you really can't tell.
That's fair. Okay, thanks.
Alright, all the orcs. Okay, so they're going to get out heavy crossbows, and they're all going to fire simultaneously. Where is that? Who's got it? several of the orc warriors shoot off several crossbow bolts and volleys out at different demons all around. You see one of the weird demons with the extra, like the mouth on its arm. You can see that arm like grows in length and reaches up and over the palisade. You can just barely see this arm up there, and then just a moment later, it pulls itself up onto the actual ramparts itself, and it turns and then opens its mouth almost like it's a snake with no like an unhinged kind of jaw, and opens its mouth nearly fully vertical, and with its other arm reaches over to the side and it bites in on one of the orc warriors with both its main mouth and its arm mouth. You see that it takes a chunk of the armor and a lot of the flesh off of the shoulder of one of the orc warriors, but the orc warriors are very resolute, and you can see that it brings up a sword to kind of hack at the arm in defense, just kind of keeping it from being able to really engulf half of its whole body. But you can see that it is very wounded, but still alive. You can see Brutus the spider in front of you kind of turn and point its backside up to the top of the wall as it shoots a giant string of web that flies towards the drow warrior directly next to you. The webbing like instantly sticks to the wooden palisades all over. The warrior ducks down as the majority of the string, almost like silly string, shoots up and over the wall and lands atop a building directly behind him, as he then just kind of ducks back up, missed.
Cool.
On the east side, you see another string of webbing fly up almost the same time as the one next to you. This seems like it fans out and just kind of keeps coming and coming as it just like kind of piles and circles and makes this very intricate kind of web that spans over a huge section of the wall. And you can see as the drow warriors that are at the top of the wall are struggling inside as soon as that sticky web touches any part of them, they just be kind of instantly kind of stuck to it, as it now drapes over them like a large net of spider web. Brutus, directly below you, you see one of these giant, toothy, mawed demons stretch its mouth wide open. So it's this kind of a small, like a creature not much larger than yourself. And you can see that it fans its whole mouth out and stretches. And then as it stretches, it's like another row of teeth kind of come up and inset. And then it stretches even further, and another row of teeth come in and inset, and then it stretches 5 feet wide, 10 feet wide, almost 15 feet wide, as it pulls its mouth open like a hunting trap, like a spring trap, and then wham! You could feel the wall beneath you shake as all the teeth crack and splinter into the wood. Directly beneath you. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw real quick to see how jostled you are. Okay, so you keep your balance as the whole wall beneath you wobbles a little bit. It clamps in, and you can hear crack, splinters, and as the logs begin to break in the middle, as it bites and just like a hydraulic press squeezes, cracking and breaking giant log timbers on the outer wall, leaving small holes, and then it just kind of yanks its head back, and then 4 or 5 giant logs break away underneath you off to the side, in between you and the human next to you. There is a breach in the wall.
Oh, hell yeah. That was awesome. They got on the wall in the east. Yeah, one of those crazy mouth arm guys. Yeah, in the northeast. Oh, in the north too. Yeah. Oh, wait. How did the dredge get up there?
So they literally came in and start climbing up the wall. And they're just getting to the top, with giant claws, like digging in, almost like ice climber spikes. They latch in and then they pull themselves up.
You're
they
muted.
Latch in and they pull themselves up. You can see as they kind of get to the top, they start raking at anything that's anywhere close. It seems like that the guards are fending them off pretty well, but you can see little bitty pricks and pokes and scrapes. They are not very effective, but in a swarm, they're very dangerous.
Buzz, buzz.
Yeah, just next to you. One of them starts climbing up to the top of the wall, barely. He's like almost kind of still, like the bottom half hanging over the edge. And as it does, it reaches out and tries to claw at this drow warrior right next to you. You can see it kind of hamstrings that warrior just a little bit as it brings down a sword and kind of swipes it away. It's still cut a little bit as it's still kind of hanging there at the top.
Okay, cool. Oh, he was able to get through the hole?
He came through the breach in the wall.
Okay.
And as he comes through, you can see him almost like a cat hacking up a hairball. And then he kind of spews this putrid cloud that it's just like a vaporous cloud, but it kind of comes over the tents and starts to coat it. And then just a little bit of the tent starts to kind of melt and then catches fire.
Awesome. I'm all alone over here, boys.
Spider shoots web up on the wall.
Is this the northwest spider?
Yeah, the northwest spider.
Okay. Just trying to keep track.
You see, you can't really see anything on, like, as far as, like, what's actually happening, but across in that northwest corner, you see the tower that's in there at the corner of that palisade starts rocking back and forth. It's like a big slam hits it, and then it just kind of sways back and forth, and you can hear snapping and cracking and popping as that tower starts to move. It kind of rights itself a little bit, but it's like even from across the way you can see that it's tilted just a little bit.
Awesome.
Similarly, in the northeast, you hear another giant slam. Doesn't seem to hit the tower, but the wall itself shakes. You can see as the guy that had been bitten falls through a hole that opens up underneath him as large sections of the wall gets ripped away.
Oh, wow.
Athena, it's your turn.
You gotta hit Babu.
Yeah. I'm gonna use my steady aim bonus action.
Okay. That gives you, it guarantees as you sit still that you get advantage on a ranged attack roll?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
And how do I select control? Is it control click?
Control click, yeah.
It's both. You want me to?
Yeah, unclick, well, whichever one you want to hit, but you can only do one, so.
Okay. Yeah,
I will
got it.
technically kind of separate them a little bit just so it's easier to interact with, although he's riding the horse.
Okay, so short bow.
I didn't do it with advantage, so do it one more time. Roll same attack, but don't do advantage this time, and then we'll just take the better of the two. Hopefully it's better than the first one so that it hits. Ah, it hits. Okay. So now that it hits, you can apply your sneak attack. So make sure you grab the effect for sneak attack. You can apply it to yourself. And then roll the damage after you get the sneak attack.
And why did she get sneak attack here?
Because she rolled an attack with advantage.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
any advantage gives sneak attack.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Yeah, there are several conditions. Yeah, either with advantage, or have an ally nearby.
Oof. Partially resisted.
Yeah, so you can see that the it as your arrow pierces him in what looks to be a very vulnerable spot. Some of his flesh actually parts around the arrow as the arrow flies through a hole of his own making and then closes behind it. Looks like it still hurts him, but definitely not the way you would expect someone to dodge it. He did seem still be hurt by it, but definitely different.
Then I think I did everything right. I can't do anything else.
Yeah, you can move. You use bonus action. You can move. So like you could duck down, or you could go down entirely, or whatever. Like all that's kind of up to you what you want to do there.
You still have a move, like to get out of the way if you wanted to.
Technically, I don't.
Oh no, you can't move because you did the steady aim. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
I could. Can I duck down as my move? I just can't like move.
You just can't go anywhere. Yes, yeah, you can drop prone without taking movement. It just takes half your movement to stand up. So yeah, that is something you could do if you wanted to drop down.
Yeah, I'll kind of duck behind the wall.
These walls aren't as sturdy as they look, I gotta tell you.
Yeah.
Babu!
On the northeast corner, you can now see, like, there was that giant hole of the ramparts that had opened up as part of the reinforcements been torn away out from underneath. Now you can see another giant slam, and you hear large splinters as the tower begins to fall.
I did say these little sticks and stones wouldn't do much against the shit that we've seen.
It leans over, and then you can hear kind of like the bottom break over, and the wall itself, like even though it's starting to lean, the bottom kind of breaks out and it slams down. And so it doesn't actually fall all the way over, it kind of crumbles in on itself, where the top half of the structure kind of stays intact. And you can see that standing on top is this orc warrior who's just holding on to the rails, so to speak, for his life as it falls, and a good, because the towers are like almost twice as tall as the wall. It falls almost 8 feet, almost even with the rampart itself, as he falls and jostles, and you can see he kind of bangs up against the side, kind of hurts him just a little bit. But he's still upright on this very shaky but yet still semi-intact tower that's now just 8 feet lower than it was a minute ago, and kind of tilted. You can hear this eerily creepy voice. Seems like it echoes over the entirety of the space, almost like it's being blasted by trumpets from all directions. You puny mortals think that your efforts will stop what is to come. The lords will have this place, and I will see the havoc caused amongst you as you will worship their coming, their awakening. The time is now!
That's Babu, Babao.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Mm-hmm.
Thena, as you're ducked down right next to this drow warrior beside you, you can just see a look of aghast just come over as it washes over the face of this particular drow as he starts, like, his limbs start kind of moving as he's being lifted into the air over you. He gets lifted up 10 feet, slowly at first, and then he starts going higher in the air, 20 feet, and he's like swimming and like trying to move around, like, what the hell's happening to me kind of thing. And then as he lifts into the air 20, maybe 30 feet above you, you can see as he pulls out over to the earth, like over the actual ground, it starts moving towards the Babao. You can see secondarily as it's floating and moving that the metal armor that it wears starts to glow red and hot, and you can hear the sizzle of flesh as the drow warrior begins to scream. And then just as it's kind of meeting this cacophony of screams, it's like there's no more air in its lungs, it just stops. And then the drow plummets to the earth and crushes, not only just like plummets like it fell, but like it was pushed down 5 feet into the earth, 10 feet into the earth, and stops. And it is, you hear the snapping of bones and the squish of flesh and blood as it splatters into the earth.
Oof.
As another legendary action, Captain Hicks is going to call again for the company. Warriors! There's your target. And then he, as you see, as he points out the bow, and several of, wherever all around on the walls on the west and south, wherever they are, all the drow warriors turn and bring out their heavy crossbows and fire.
Ooh, crit.
Yeah,
2 crits.
promote those guys.
Right. Wait, another crit.
What do we got? We got 1, 2,
3 crits.
3
rounds.
crits, 1 and 2 hit. You can just see volley of crossbows fly through the air. They don't arc so much because they're these big, heavy crossbows. They fly like darts straight at it. And as it's standing there on top of the horse, all right, we're sitting on top of the horse. It like those arrows as they come through, just like with Thena's arrows, all over its body, almost like holes in its own flesh open up as the arrows pass through, the bolts pass through in several different places. And then they seem to close and close and close. As one of them, though, sticks in its shoulder and closes around. Like as it opens up, and it closes back around where it sticks in the shoulder. And you can see it snarl. But generally, even though it looks somewhat hurt, not ragged at all, despite having taken all these crossbow bolts through what should have been its body.
See, they get right in your way.
Yep.
They sure do, don't they? They're using their actions to climb, and they don't, so they were just too far away to climb and attack. But they're not hanging off the side, they make it all the way up. Brutus, it's your turn.
Alright. Well,
Really hope the initiative goes faster next time.
Drad has given me this nice stretch number 52 to attack, I guess.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Well, I figured the Maw Demon's next, but actually, I kind of want to take the spider, so I'm gonna do what I was imagining. I'm gonna do a goofy monk thing and just charge off the wall using my safe fall to avoid damage.
Okay, yeah.
Go fire.
Absolutely, yep. As you go to move away, one of the Dretch does try to get an
Opportunity
attack against you, yep. And also, be careful because you do have two things targeted, just be aware of that.
Oh yeah, okay.
It just barely rakes you with the claw as you jump down and come over the side. For only a little bit of damage. It's not that the Dretch don't seem to be that effective in combat. They're just giant meat bags.
And I'm going to... I basically ran all the way around this. I know he turned around. He shot his little spider web over the thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I ran around in what I would consider farther away, or maybe that's his front now, or whatever. And basically martial arts him to the face.
Yeah.
Spider guy. I'm gonna go ahead and use my a key point to make my bonus action to put me in, I forget what it's called, dodging or whatever.
So your bonus action. So if you use the key point so that you're in the dodge stance. That does mean you don't get your bonus action attacks. But yes.
Correct. I don't think that I can one-shot the spider this round. I was hoping to just get myself in a position where I could live the next round with advantage.
Yep.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to click off a key point for going into dodge mode. And then I think I just attack. Where is it?
It's under your martial arts on your actions.
Martial art.
Yep.
Where's the hit part of it, though? I forget. I'm sorry. Melee plus 7. Is that what I'm rolling?
Yep. You hit.
And I get 2 attacks, right? Do I just
Yep,
roll
so
both of them?
I would do the damage on each one, like hit,
Separate.
damage, hit, damage, hit.
And then this is the damage. Well, that was a good hit.
Now that you've decided to hit, this would be the time, not that you necessarily need to, where you could decide if you wanted to stun him. Or try a stunning strike on your...
Hell yeah, let's try to stun this spider. Because then could I don't have to use my bonus action yet. I know that was my intent, but if I got him stunned, then I would choose to do something else.
That's a possibility, yes, right.
Oh, okay. And I'm going to spend a key point and try to stun him. Let's see if we can use this newfound ability. I know you can use multiples. I can blow it all in one round. I see. Okay, so this is a real key point missed. I got you. And then what do I do for stun?
So there is a stunning strike. It's a DC thing, but I was just making sure that it was actually right before we rolled it.
It says con DC.
Yeah, it should be. Is it DC 13? Because it should be.
I don't know anything about
8 plus your proficiency plus your stat that goes with your DCs, which for you is wisdom. So 8 plus 2 plus your 3 proficient should be 13. Yes, that's right.
And
So
do I
now
just
you
do I roll the
save
what?
piece.
Do I just double click on the con DC 13?
Mm-hmm. He fails. The spider is stunned. So now you can just move.
Hit
take
him
that
right in
effect.
the under his nose.
You can take
Okay,
that
well
effect
then
and put
in
it
that
right on him.
case, actually I think because I don't know what the Maw Demon is gonna do still, so I think I'll just take my other attack on him as normal and still go into the dodge state just to see what, because I don't know what's gonna happen here. And if they
Yep,
choose
so
not to attack
so
me.
just move the stunned effect on him for you.
Okay, and then does that mean that I get my attack with advantage or something?
Which should happen automatically, yeah. And also
I
means
gotcha.
that on its turn it's incapacitated.
Okay, so and that's until my next turn or his
Till
next
the
turn?
end of your next turn.
Oh wow, okay. So here goes nothing. This is attack number 2. And here's the damage.
You notice that the spider is now pretty wounded as a result of that.
And I've spent 2 key points, and I'm done. And now do I just click the down button? Yeah.
Well,
Sorry.
You are doing the dodge, right?
Yeah, I did decide to do it, yeah.
Okay. Then on the top right, under the tools section, there's like a picture of a person with like little stars or little something around it.
I see that,
it's called
yes.
The effects. When you open up effects, scroll through the custom ones or type in the search bar for God.
I see it here. Do I just double click it?
Then you can just click it and drag it onto yourself.
Oh cool, I'm dodging.
Alright, so on the now northwest side, you can see another one of those weird mouth arm looking demons. Use its arm that kind of stretches up and over, almost like a spring, Stretch Armstrong style, up and over around, and then it uses it to lift itself up very easily, and then it turns to bite with both mouths onto the Drow warrior. Ooh, both of them. They are pretty hardy and pretty sturdy armor. These Aurora Watch Guardsmen, and so you can see like a large chunk of his shoulder again taken out by the kind of arm that wraps around and bites. As it kind of clamps into it, and it's like it picks up the Drow warrior, kind of shakes it almost like a dog would when they grab a hold of something. They grab it and they shake, and you can see that some of that tears big holes where the teeth punctures through the armor. It is very hurt. He might even be considered heavily wounded, but still alive. Alright, let's see. Where are the most humans? There's not that many humans.
5, I think.
Yeah, one of them got melted by acid. One of them got killed. There's one over there. Yeah, oh, okay. This is the last one before Balazar goes, before all the directions move. Okay, so Hicks is going to use another legendary action that echoes, like you can hear, amplified by magic. All companies, free assault. I want everyone to, if you're within the range of making any kind of attack with your active weapon, to use a reaction. No, it's not a reaction. It's actually a free action to get one attack in on the nearest foe that you have.
Fuck you, air.
I just keep whatever target I have selected.
Since you have a ranged weapon, you can target whatever you want to target. That's not
Okay.
within range. You don't get to move. Okay. The way that would work is everyone that's close enough or in range or has the ability to make an attack can. Anyone that doesn't gets a free movement. So I guess you could do either or, but that's kind of the effect of his command. His legendary command. So everybody gets basically either a free movement or a free attack action. Single attack.
Do you want to do it in some sort of order, or do we just do it?
And you can just do it freely. Yeah, doesn't matter.
But we would just select which one.
Mm-hmm.
A
Yeah,
crit.
so just target whoever you want to target, and then roll your attack, and if it hits,
I killed the spider.
and then after you go, I'll do the rolls for all the rest of the company after everybody gets to go. So, Carr, I would let you use a cantrip if you so chose. You can move or use a cantrip, and Balazar, you can move, or I would allow you to summon your echo, whichever you prefer.
Yeah, I got nothing.
I'll summon my echo, I guess.
You had nothing? You don't have a damage kit?
I got Firebolt. I know he's immune. One thing, if you'd allow, and if not, I'll wait till my turn. Is I was gonna grab that amulet and see if it had any mojo going.
What do you mean by see if it had mojo going?
I was gonna shake it as if I'm casting a spell towards Babu.
Yeah, I'd let you interact. Let you pull out the object and interact with it.
Yeah, I'd like to try that then.
Okay.
I'll summon my echo.
Now, on your bow attack, you would not have sneak attack. You could if it had the other one of the conditions. Technically, since you only get one sneak attack per turn, but it's not your turn, so you could technically get another one, but you don't have anything that procs sneak attack. So you just roll regular damage then. Yeah, roll an Arcana check, Cass, for yours.
Okie
And then what were you doing, Balazar?
Summoning my echo.
And where would you like?
15 feet north of me.
Right there?
Yeah. That's my summon range. Summon range is shorter than move distance.
Oh, is it 15? It's limited to 15 on the summon?
15 on the summon, but 30 feet away.
Okay.
That same movement.
How long is a turn supposed to be in time?
6 seconds ish.
Yeah, I just think I don't know how long it's gonna take us. It looks like we're doing pretty well here. We still have a bunch on the east, but it'd be funny if in like 18 or 24 seconds after they arrive, they're all dead.
Mm-hmm.
It takes one swing to cut something down.
Look at all the work it took to build these defenses and for 30 seconds of battle.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was waiting for your roll Arcana check. I just missed it because it was before her attack.
it was crappy.
Oh no. Yeah, no. You interact with the object trying to put the energy into it the same way you did against the Demon Lord. And there is the pendant does not react. There's no reaction in the
I would like to use the rest of my free action to curse the amulet.
Get the fucking in it.
Okay, so now we get lots of stuff happening here. Okay, they suck. And then, let's see. That's the...
Brad's got a lot of combat to roll.
Yeah. Alright, so that was the Human Warriors bit. And then everybody... Okay, so that was their actual turn. And then everybody makes an action against something near it. Drow Warriors are going to fire at the Babao.
What are you doing?
Yay, hits!
Only 3?
Yes.
He's got that Matrix style flesh separation going on.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, only 3. Good damage dice. More damage, more arrows piercing through. Still. Is actually technically now considered, thanks to Thena's hit,
Heavily wounded.
heavily wounded.
Yeah, progress. He's tilting a little to the side on that horse.
I hear these nightmares are good in PvP combat, so good for ganking.
Mm-hmm. Stupid Morganas.
Uh-oh.
Alright, with another attack from another Dretch. One of the human guardsmen falls.
No!
Huh. Alright, well that Maw Demon actually didn't do its thing. Alright, Balazar. It is finally your turn.
Yeah. So there are stairs going up onto the ramparts, right?
Yeah, there's
Or
a ladder right there.
Oh, I don't have control of Mako.
See if I do that. Does that work?
Nope. You get to drag it straight from the combat tracker last time.
What about that? Did you get something pop open when I did that?
Nope.
Ah,
Yep.
there we
I
go.
got something. Still can't move it.
You did something.
Can you
like
hear me
this,
now?
right? I hear you.
Yeah, I think you drug it right off the combat tracker last time.
What'd you do?
Yeah, I just did that.
Ah, I put one down. You can move it. It doesn't make it targetable though, I don't think. Does it?
You can move that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Guess you can make it to the top of the ladder.
Yep. Yeah, I think so. And then I would imagine that that Drow Warrior would let you squeeze in there if you needed to. Make way for the echo!
And then me and the echo swap. Aha.
Ooh, okay, yeah. Little shadowy version of you, tra-la-la up the top of the ladder, and then whoop, you and it swap.
Yeah. Wing.
A previously wounded Dretch was wounded by Fireball, I think.
Aha!
Is now dead.
Yeah, I only get 2 attacks special.
Yeah, because you had to use the bonus to swap places. Is that how that works?
Yep.
And when you swap places, do you still get movement? Well, you could move further, right? If you wanted to, that is.
No, I think I'm good.
Okay. Again, you feel the giant slam as one of the maw demons walks over to the edge next to that tower and expands its jaw several feet out with all those different rows of teeth coming into place. And it spreads wider and wider and wider, and it slams like a spring on either side into that tower. The tower... the tower holds firm. So it bites into it. You hear large splintering pieces of wood. The ramparts, it does not breach a hole, nor does it make any discernible progress on actually bringing the tower down. Did that one.
Sorry, the ogres are just keeping their posts during all this.
Did not put, didn't put them on the contract. That's a good call.
They should have had that soup.
They fell asleep during combat. We're here to guard. Fuck this shit attacking us. We're guarding this cabin and that's it.
There it goes, the proper lily. Alright, so make them go last turn before we figure out where they go next turn. You see the ogres are standing there kind of resolute, and then you hear a word, or at least some kind of, sounds like some kind of language coming from inside the cabin, and then the ogres kind of turn to one another, and one of them just takes off. running off to the east, and then very much like the Hulk, like literally just leaps.
Oh wow.
Hulk smash!
The ogres have these giant halberds that are they're, well, rather than just like a normal halberd, they're a long blade at the end that curves up and around at the end of their large spears. Except for they have it's almost like a double-bladed staff. There's one on each side. And so it's a long blade that up and curves one way, and a long blade that up and curves the other. And then you can see as he leaps through the air to land on top, he kind of spins it overhead and slams it down onto the that weird arm-handed mouth demon thing. And it just cuts it in half from top to bottom. And it folds one half folds one way, the other folds the other.
That's awesome.
Where's the other one gonna go though? Let's see. Better go. Where would he go?
Southeast. Maybe.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking southeast. I was trying to worry if he was concerned about the northwest corner there. He's gonna take off running west. Yeah, he's gonna go towards the northwest. He's gonna come and land right on the ramparts. Very elegantly, I might add. Is where it lands, you can see that it kind of shakes with the giant weight of the ogre as it lands through there. Where it lands, with one side of the staff, it like stabs the dretch behind it and uses the dretch as a hammer up and over and slams the one in front of it. Killing them both. And then they let out this insanely loud roar. Doesn't do it justice, but almost like the T-Rex at the end of all the movies, as each of them roar at the enemies around them. And then round number 2. Very long, very big strategic battle. Round number 2. Let's see what the order looks like. Where are we at here?
Hey, I'm over halfway.
Yeah, a lot of us get to act first. That's good.
And none of us are at the bottom half. Besides Brutus.
Okay, where's this guy at? I lost him. Oh, he's on this side. Okay.
I think he defected. He's like, fuck this, I'm going home.
Yeah.
I saw the Hulk smash. I don't want nothing to do with that. Okay, so on this side, we see another giant globule of acid fly almost like a catapult up and over. On the southeast tower, that globule lands smack right in the middle, right on top of the orc, He holds up a piece of like the barrel that's standing next to him, and he holds it kind of up as the globule like lands on top of him. It hits that barrel first, and just starts pouring off all around. And you can see it eat right through the barrel and start melting part of his arm away. And then where it lands on the deck of that tower, it starts eating away instantaneously eating away all of the wood that's underneath him as he falls, and you lose sight of him. Athena is up.
So, yeah, can I use the steady aim again?
Since you ducked down, you're going to have to use some of your movement to stand up, which means you couldn't use steady aim.
Okay.
You could try for
Insightful fighting.
the other one, though. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So since I saw that, like, maybe the arrow that hit his shoulder kind of actually landed, and the other ones kind of passed right through, maybe I can discern where to aim to, like,
Okay.
have more success.
Yeah, there you go. Try to where might actually critically wound him, like where his ability to absorb or deflect those arrows with his own body is less potent. Yeah,
Yep.
that's a good insight. So you
So
have to
that's
roll
just an insight check.
the,
Insight check, yeah.
Insight versus his deception.
Good roll, good roll.
Yeah. Versus his deception, yeah.
How do the versus rolls work?
Very similarly to like what you might expect. So, like in this case, her insight value versus whatever he rolls on.
It's just whoever's better wins.
Yeah, whoever's better wins. Although the tie goes to the defender in most
I gotcha. Cool.
cases. He's not physically capable of beating that score, so, and he does not. So you consider him. You could if you hit. You don't get. It doesn't give you advantage. I think it just unlocks sneak attack. Right? Is that? So I think it does it a different way.
Yeah, if you succeed, it unlocks sneak attack.
And not just
Right.
this turn, but for a while
It-
too. Yeah.
It lasts until you successfully use it against the target. Oh wait. It says until you successfully use this against a different target.
Yeah.
So what is that?
So it says, if I look at the features, it says the benefit lasts for 1 minute or until you successfully use it against something different. So, like, if you were to insightful fighting something else, you would lose the benefit on the first target.
Oh, so for as long as I'm shooting at Babao, I would have this.
For the next
Insightful
minute, which
fighting.
is 10 rounds. So, yes.
Okay.
For some period of time, yes. Now we just have to roll the attack to see if we hit. It doesn't give you the advantage, though. Let's hope we get... Oh, that's good. That's good.
So then I would unlock
Yep.
Yeah.
Add the sneak attack, and then
Did
hit him.
that,
Hit him.
Oof.
Wow.
Good stuff.
You almost Robin Hood that arrow that was sticking in his shoulder.
That weak point.
As you split the shaft of the first one, you can see that it that in itself causes damage. And then your arrow is sticking in the other arrow, also stuck in his shoulder. He definitely felt that.
Good shit. So I can use the second half of my movement to duck back down.
You can, yes, yeah, and you could even use it as more of a. In this case, since you actually have movement to use, rather than just like drop to the ground, fall out prone, you could actually more, kind of crouch as opposed to dive. Crouch.
Okay.
That takes a little more control. Actually, takes movement to do that versus just falling down. Doesn't take movement.
Do I need to click on anything to indicate that I'm like, am I under half cover or anything like that?
No, that would be for me if I hit you with a range attack. Just remind, like if it were to come up, it'd be a thing where I'd say he's going to make a range attack against you or something. Blah blah blah. Yeah.
Okay. All right, and then that's it.
Miss Emmett. This one can't attack anything because its friends are in the way, so it's going to hop down. Come to the corner and try to use its cloud on the building. This putrid-looking cloud just kind of plumes forth out of its body as it kind of throws up this nasty bile mixed with whatever that immediately kind of vaporizes and becomes like an actual gas cloud. And it goes up over the building, but unlike you can see a little bit of it kind of stick to the building, but unlike the tent, this hardier wood does not seem to like self-ignite or catch up like the other did.
You almost got him, Riv. Maybe Kazrin can pick him off this round.
Lich 19, yes.
He's going to try to climb up right between you two. One claw towards you and misses. And one claw towards the other guy misses. So he just kind of climbs up. He can't really get up and over, so he's kind of hanging there. And so he's just like swiping with one clawed hand at each of you, missing as he's kind of draped over and reaching. Just doesn't hit anybody. you see the spider come over to the wall and kind of like just put its legs on the wall and just like chitter through as it climbs up on the wall very easily. It has an innate climbing ability. It comes up into its web that it spit earlier and just uses that web to kind of up and over and just daintily maneuvers over it unhindered by its presence. You could see that this drow soldier was, kind of already struggling with the web in itself, and it was kind of restrained a little bit by it, so it was able to maneuver a little bit. But as the spider sinks its teeth into the drow, you can see that immediately it goes rigidly stiff and stops struggling or moving at all.
No, not my drow, buddy.
Wow, they really do suck. Oop. I'm pretty sure an 11 doesn't hit you, Balazar.
I'm pretty sure an 11 doesn't hit me.
Pretty sure, yeah.
Well, I didn't get hit by an 11. It hit drow, orc.
Yeah,
Missed
no,
me.
I rolled some that you probably can't see because they don't have a result because I just rolled them. Because I didn't target you first, because I was just rolling a bunch. And then the two that were against you, one was an 11, one was a 9, so they did not. The Maw Demon's gonna come up again, so it just took this giant chunk out of the wall to the south right next to Brutus, and it's gonna come through, and it's gonna just clamp on right next to it, and it kind of gets a bit of advantage because there's a big hole in the wall now. It can kind of wrap around on both sides and rips out the chunk. Underneath the wall. Kind of literally just yanks out several of the poles, and then everything comes toppling down. Doesn't care that there's a dretch on top of it. That dretch falls and dies. It's impaled on some of the wood spikes.
What the shit, Boris?
And then
Sorry, Brad. The other day, Rib and I were playing Divinity 2, and there's this part in Divinity 2 where all of these oil demons or something spawn, and they can smack each other to heal them up or something like that. But it's every time they would these little blobs would smack each other, they'd be like, "Fa-pow, fa-pow." I'd be like, "Damn it, Jimmy!" Just giving all the blobs silly names.
The Drow warrior gets caught up in some of the teeth as it clamps on, and then as it yanks left and right to tear the wall down out from under it, it basically rips off one of that Drow's legs, and then rips out the floor out from under him. So then he falls the rest of the way and dies immediately on impact.
Oof.
All right, Hicks, what you got for us?
Legendary command. I don't know what legendary things are. Things players aren't allowed to have.
Yeah, there are ways to make NPCs really cool by letting them break the action economy by giving them more things. Like, you have one big bag boss that only had one action every turn. Then you have like 4 or 5 party members that each have an action each turn. Like, either the actions of the boss have to just kill one, basically every action has to kill something, or they tone them down so they're like regular actions, but then they just give them more of them to spread out so it feels like they're a bigger thing. But it's also kind of works on the NPC side of areas in this world.
Yeah, we saw that in, there was some official mod for the Aliens game we were playing, and every time one of your characters would move, they would get an action. Fucked.
Captain Hicks. They recharge, so they do not have their spell attacks left. It's still recharging. He's going to use his rallying cry. So rallying cry. So he's going to, yell, "We have turned the tide of the battle. We are winning, and we will overcome this." And everyone kind of feels inspired as a result of that. And until his next turn, every the first attack from every ally is made with advantage. So that's what he's going to do with his turn. So you'll have to do that manually. Remember, if you make an attack roll, the first attack roll from any ally till the beginning of his next turn is made with advantage. Alright, the Orc Warriors. Alright, here we go. Let's see. Alright, 2 on the northeast side, 2 of them are going to hop down. Going to make all of them hit. Yep. So yep. Y'all have advantage. Trying to find where how many orcs are still alive. That one's good. One in the south. And one in the northwest. That's it? Oh, and one on the north. Okay, that's another one. Kazri's turn. And then the humans go, and then Balthazar goes.
I just look down at these little wooden spikes and I attempt to catapult one towards him at level 2.
Ooh.
Ooh, like one of these things?
Yes.
Okay, I'm here for that. Let's see if we hit.
He failed.
He fails. I would like you to roll the
Did he-
damage on both him and the nightmare.
Oh yeah, fuck that horse.
Oh, I was gonna say, did you roll it with advantage?
It
Does that
wasn't
not count as an attack?
It wasn't an attack. Yeah, it was a technically a save, which is slightly different.
Oh,
2
okay.
wands. Oh wow.
1448. 14 to both, and as you notice, these that got flung through the air, this giant chunk that hit them both. He wasn't able to move his flesh to absorb that at all.
Hi.
He looks very wounded.
Excellent. I like it. That is, I mean, I just kind of look around the battlefield, but that's my go.
Jesus.
Did they roll with advantage?
Yeah, well, I didn't click advantage, so I just rolled twice. Just take the better of the 2 for the 3 that are in range to shoot him. But none of them rolled better than a 10 on their base die, so that's not going to hit him. He's got really high AC. Balthazar.
Yay!
Actually, no way of doing that.
Hitting the wrong button. Ah, right button. Stretch 19, right? Is the one I'm attacking. He's healthy. Right. Ah!
Oh, you crit? Okay.
Yeah. Overhead swing. It is now split in twine.
Yeah, you just and just like as it's it was just kind of draped over, trying to reach you guys with just its arm, like stretching barely, and then you just kind of cut it in half, and like one half is still stuck on top, and the other half falls to the ground at the bottom. Okay,
As it should.
that's one attack.
There it is. Nope. Oh my. There it is. Another attack. Oh!
Nice.
Oh, dang. Yeah. Yeah, like you go straight down on one and then just kind of pick it up and go sideways, and you cut the other one in half.
As that's moving, my echoes, as I'm attacking, my echoes also moving.
It's gonna move. Okay, yeah, down in front of the other dretch there.
No, it was my Unleashed Incarnation. Why are you targeting it? Oh, there you go.
So what's this do?
Unleashed
What's it do?
Incarnation. What?
What are you doing?
I'm moving and then unleashing my incarnation to get another attack.
Oh, yeah, so you get a bonus attack with it. Yeah. Yep, your echo wounds this one heavily. Still alive, but it is very wounded.
Come at me! Alright.
What's the disadvantage of the echo? Jeez. There's basically 2 of you all the time. Oh, Hulk.
It can be
Going.
spit on and killed immediately.
No, I think he's in the
Does it get killed by area of effect stuff too?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It has 1 hit point.
he has 1 hit point. Yep.
Hulk smash.
They're gonna spin. He's gonna land right between them, and you can kind of see the ground shake just a little bit as they almost like popped up. Like as soon as it lands, the enemies on either side are kind of popped up just a couple of inches as they land back down. Like oh shit! As this thing jumps right in between them, because when it leaps up in the air. I mean, it's coming from 8 to 10 feet from the palisade, and then it's jumping up another 20 feet or so and landing down. Doesn't seem to be affected at all by the fall that it as it kind of lands. And as soon as it lands, it swipes like kind of a 360, spinning its double-bladed staff in its hand. It's not a great clue, but it's what this guy's got programmed in. Let's do this. Oh, we didn't do that. Alrighty. Lands down, pops up one of the dretch, cuts it through while it's still somewhat in the air, and then turns and spins and stabs one of the maw demons right in the middle of its mouth. And it hurts it really bad, but the maw demons are not little pushovers like the dretch are.
Not so squishy.
Having taken another succession of multiple bites from the weird multi-mouth demon, another drow warrior falls. Alright, the ogre's gonna land on the one that was already hit. He's gonna leap straight off and down and use his foot basically like a club and just stiff, like instead of like stiff arm, he's gonna stiff leg one of them into the ground. Let's see, how much damage is that? Oh yeah, that instantly kills 38. Okay, so. And this other attack is gonna hit. Ooh, for nearly maximum damage. Okay, this one's still very healthy though. That warrior's okay. Miss both, of course. Oh, yeah, even with advantage of this bow. Alright, Drow Warrior turn. Okay. There's what, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the southwest side?
Depends on how you're counting southwest, I guess.
That was a lot of dice.
Because I count 7. If you're including the one that's kind of on the west, that could maybe hit them while demon.
I'm looking at the ones that can hit the bow specifically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's can hit the bow.
Going down.
1 crit. This is the first check's miss, first one's the second one's a crit, third one's a hit, fourth one's a miss. Miss. 1 hit. Okay, so. Only 2 hits and 1 crit. Okay. There we go.
Yay! Fuck that guy!
Finally killed him?
Several more crossbow bolts attempt to pierce him, but he has a giant barricade sticking out of his chest. And these, as they hit in, you can see that his flesh does not open and close as it did before at all. Each one is thump, 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 and just sticks in. And with the last one, you can see him kind of start to sway and then fall.
Puny mortals.
And now it's Bruce's turn.
Well, I'm gonna see what we can do against this small demon here.
Yeah, Brutus, what can you do?
I'm gonna try an attack with key to stun. Well, I don't have to announce the stun when it hits, or no? What do I have to do?
Yeah, and then
Okay.
so you roll your attacks, and then when one of them hits, then you say, "I would like that hit to be a stunning strike."
All right, here we go.
You haven't selected him.
And I didn't do advantage either. Nor did I do anything.
Woo!
All right. Here he's selected.
Selected him.
Did I have him selected now? Yes.
Yeah, you haven't selected.
And I'll just
Roll again.
swing again.
Yep, the 15 would hit. So okay, so we got a hit.
And then I'm hoping that this stuns him.
Okay.
Here's
so
the damage.
hit
I'm
with
gonna
the
spend a
damage,
key point.
And then do the key point, and then do the stunning strike DC. The con save,
here we go.
Whatever that is. And he is stunned.
Excellent. So I'm going to do my second attack, and this is with double advantage or just advantage still?
It's their advantage is as much as advantage gets.
Okay, I got
So
you. I didn't know what the +2, +5 meant beside those things.
Oh no, those are just literal numerical modifiers which are used a couple of different places.
Okay,
Mostly
so
with
but I
cover.
don't have to click advantage anymore because it does it automatically because he's
Because
stunned.
it is stunned. As long as you move the stunned thing over to it.
Oh, I have to move the stun to him.
Yeah, I did it for you last time, but you do it.
Okay, so I just take an effect
Yep.
and I find stunned.
Or it's actually in the under stunning strike. There is a stunned effect already.
I think I did it
Yeah,
regardless.
there you go. Yep.
Okay,
Yep. Stunned to Maw Demon. Yep. Yep.
perfect. And now here's the second attack. If I can find my thing.
Your +7
Okay.
means you still hit. Yep.
Oop.
You poked him.
And then I want to use a key point for Flurry of Blows,
Correct. Yes.
and that should give me 2 more attacks, correct?
That's right. Yep.
Okay, here we go.
Still hitting. Yep. Another one.
Okay, well,
Oh man, if some of those weren't ones, you might actually kill them this round. He's got-
that's how I got though. He's just going to sit there and wait. Okay, I think I'm done. Can I hit done now?
Yep. He's only got a few more hit points left.
Hopefully other people will get some advantage out of the advantage of him being stunned. Although everybody's left me here. It's just me and this corpse of the spider. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick.
Yep. Alright, so this small demon in the northwest is going to attack the barricades one more time. This time he's kind of weakened. Let's see. 3 of them have attacked this tower, so its support structure is very, very rough. Yeah, so when this small demon attacks the tower, it brings down almost straight down, almost like when you see those skyscraper building demos where they just, you hear boom, 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 and then like multiple layers, and they just start collapsing one, and they go straight down on top of one another.
The northwest one.
The northwest one collapses. Collapses completely. The orc warrior that was fighting on top of it is lost in the rubble. So is one of the Gretch. Seems like they're keen to weaken the defenses.
Well, that could mean other things are coming.
Oh no.
Another Maw Demon yanks down, not the tower, but the southeastern part of the wall over here. Ooh, the ogre soldier on this side is heavily wounded by the maw demon. Maw demon on the west over here, right north of Balazar, is going to attack the wall.
No! Not a fan.
And it tears a small chunk. It doesn't really knock much of the wall down. It's not as very effective, but because it was already really damaged from the tower falling, he's able to rip a few pieces out that actually opens up another little span. You can see as another maw demon comes over from that northwest corner there and tears down another big section of the wall. Most of this now northwest corner of the wall is just falling down or just in bits and pieces at best. There was one of the mouth demons was on top, and it got jettisoned off into the middle of the camp, and it looks like it got wounded by the fall onto some of the rubble. It's still alive, but it was definitely hurt. All right, round 2. Let's see how round 3 goes.
We made it to the 13-second mark.
You can see the horse take off galloping towards the palisade. At the death of its rider, it lets out a wail and seems like it's going to charge straight at the walls, right at the tower itself.
Oh, Athena.
Right as
Oh shit!
Right as it gets close to the wall, you can see as its form begins to shimmer and become wispy and somewhat transparent. And then right as it looks like it was about to slam right into the wall, it just goes into it. And then you see it come out of the ethereal plane on the other side. And then the smell of smoke underneath begins to come from below. As
I
the
think
bottom
your
of the
tower's
tower
on fire,
is
Rip.
on fire.
Wow.
The horse continues its ethereal stride as it runs through another building. Which it sets on fire. You see briefly as it comes through near the water. And then it just disappears.
Oh shit, Gaz. Better get out of here.
You guys are gonna climb down into the smoke? What's gonna happen now?
This is fine.
It's fine.
Which giant spider is this one?
The one in the northwest.
Okay, thank you.
Want to fight an ogre?
The ogre fails.
It doesn't-
It somehow fails. I can't believe it failed. That was really hard for that to happen.
Was it a con save?
Yes, it was a con save. It was very hard.
How do
for
they
that to
fail a
happen.
con save? They have to roll a 1.
Pretty close, yeah. The ogre is already severely wounded. This spider is fucking it up, and the venom is starting to seep into it enough. The ogre is paralyzed.
Oh wow.
Ooh, natural one. Good for that warrior. Ooh, that one's. Is that a 14? No. Okay, no. Okay, so one more. 1, 2. No, okay, so this drow warrior is a trooper. It's paralyzed. Oh, wait, it is paralyzed. Just oh, shit. It is paralyzed. That's not. Okay.
It's still a trooper. Still a trooper, though.
It's still it's still alive. It's been bitten many times by the spider, and it's still alive. It only has 2 hit points left. So let's see if with advantage if this would have hit. Is it paralyzed? No, it still missed. Okay, so it's still alive with 2 hit points. Paralyzed, can't move, totally fucked, but it's fine because it's alive. It's fine. Warriors.
Dina, you're gonna pull the little what's the guy from?
So it's all 3 players. So then.
But I gotta get out of the tower somehow.
Go over and then down the left.
You got Dex.
Yeah, I was thinking about just jumping off the wall onto the rampart. It's only 8 feet, right?
Yep, that's about right.
Yeah, so
8 to 10 feet. Yeah.
yeah, that's not bad.
A little bit of a rail to come up and over, so maybe here. Yeah. And the other drow warriors are. And this one is gonna shoot.
I don't know exactly how much move I have. Hard to tell on this
Are you
board.
squatting right now? Or are you?
I'm crouched.
Yeah, so you don't have to use movement to get up. So because you use movement to get down in that crouch position. It's one
Right.
of the advantages of that.
Okay. So I have
versus,
my full movement to.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this one. Alright, Tina, here's your turn. I'm not gonna attack with this guy.
So each square is approximately how many feet?
5. Each square is 5. Including diagonals. We
muted,
don't have
so-
to hypotenuse any triangles or any of that.
Okay, thanks.
Any direction is 5.
Okay. Yep. Oh wait. So, okay.
As you're if you're running that way, I just say, yeah, go to the east. Help your friend. Secure the east.
I was just trying to see the line. Let's see. Okay, 1,
Don't look down.
2. I can go. How far? As 6.
Yeah, you wait. You don't have your speed is 30. Yeah, you can move 6. Yep. So just kind of tell me what you want to do, and I can kind of help you with that a little too, because there's a decision kind of to be made if you're jumping down, I guess.
Okay. I was thinking of either running as close as I can, like towards Balasar's Echo, and then shooting at the Rudderkin, or something else in that, like, northwest area. Or going and helping Brutus with the Maul Demon. But I think he'll be able to handle that on his own. So I'm thinking, like,
about
going towards
on top, and then
no, just going down the ladder, I guess, and then going like north towards the Echo.
I thought down
Going
the ladder
down
was filled
towards
with
the
fire.
smoke.
Well, I mean, I could do 2 jumps. I don't know.
that's up to you, folks.
Like if I
All those are things you can do. It's just which one you want to do, and what are the consequences of doing any one of those things.
And you'll find out when you do it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that just go diagonal southeast, diagonal southeast, diagonal northeast, and that's 2 hops where you hop down basically an 8 or 10 foot thing. You might take a little bit of damage, maybe not, who knows.
You think that's better than just holding my breath and running through the tower?
I imagine so. I think a lot of people die holding their breath and running through.
Okay.
Darkness.
In D&D and beyond.
Yeah.
Alright, so
Visibility and the ability to breathe are both hindered, and then where there's smoke, there's probably also fire.
okay, so if I do, let's
Supposed to
see
say,
this.
especially if it had billowed up in the speed at which it had billowed up from nothing to something. Very unnatural fire.
Magical, magical
one
horse fire.
square, 2 squares,
And then you want to jump down onto the palisade?
yeah,
Or
3
onto the
3
ramparts or
squares.
whatever, I mean. So if you, my question to you then is, when you jump down, would you be trying to preserve movement distance or trying to preserve your bodily harm, or trying to minimize bodily harm when jumping down?
Minimize bodily harm.
So you could minimize bodily harm jumping down, but it would cost you some of your movement to do it.
Okay.
In other words, you have to like hang over the side on the other side of the rail, drop down, put your arms up, and then drop down again, and then you're fine. But it takes a lot more move instead of like heroing over the rail. Wah!
You were like one of the ogres that are just like Hulk leaping across the world.
So will we say that would be like an extra half square?
Yeah, so we consider that like similar to the way I would consider it, like moving through difficult terrain. So it takes double movement to make each square that you like up and over the rail and down and over. So each one of those would take 2 squares of movement instead of 1.
So you can't get down. You're like 1,
Well, I
2,
think you could
3,
get
4.
to.
Oh yeah, you can. You can get down. You can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, you'd be
So I would
basically
be-
right there, like where you are now. I think.
So that's okay. That's only down.
That's 4, right? 1, 2. Oh, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you have 2 more maybe to get down.
I would probably say technically only 1 more, because coming across, because you can't really do that if you're coming across the corner there. As far as movement, like you can't use your go over the rail and hold yourself unless you're over where you're dropping down to.
I just imagined that she went diagonal southeast and then east and then south. Like diagonal southeast is 1, east is 1, that's 2, and then straight south is 2 more, that's 4. Right? Yeah. I don't know how you're drawing all those arrows, but it's
If you hold
It's
left
cool.
and right click and drag over it makes a temporary arrow.
Hero.
yeah. Sorry.
I
Tried
just
to
wanted-
mute and it ended up unmuting.
I just wanted to join in. I thought I heard Rivkov too. That was just you through Riven Mike.
Yeah.
1, 2,
Yeah,
3.
so like the way I would say it is like you could go southeast is 1, and then to get up and over the rail, you have to go east on kind of like on top of that barrel and up and over and down. That takes 2 to kind of go up and over, and then 2 to go down.
Oh, I
That's
see. You're
4.
counting the east one as 2. I got you. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, because it's like mixed in with the up and over part. Because you're
So now, Riv, I guess
you could go like 1. That's 5, so you could kind of go 1 more on the ramparts from here. I think.
or dive off and take some damage.
Yep, or that. Yep. That's
And I think it's only like 1d6 or something.
per
what
10
is it?
feet. Yeah. For falling.
And I'm not sure if you even have a shot on that guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
It would be a
11, 12.
disadvantage, I think, right? I could technically have a shot. It would just
Actually,
be.
I think he's dead anyway. I don't even see him anymore. The guy you were thinking near the echo is dead.
No, the.
No?
The one way up at the tower. We're right by the northwest tower.
Oh, okay.
The Rudderkin.
But that one.
Oh yeah,
also-
that's far. Yeah, that's far.
Yeah, well, I was thinking I would get further.
Which
Well, you can use your next. You know what? You can use your action instead of attacking. You can use it for more move. Is that correct?
you can also do that, yes. Yeah, you can use your action as a dash, which means you get your movement again instead of an attack. So you've got like you got 1 more square of movement, and then you've got if you use your action to dash, you can go 6 more squares.
Or the it's like above 80 feet is just at disadvantage, right?
That is correct. Yep.
So
Which is
if I dive off of here and then use my bonus action for insightful fighting,
you could sneak attack it if you hit. That's correct. You would have
Okay.
disadvantage on the attack, but that is something that can happen.
That'd be super heroic. She dives off again, shoots in midair from forever away.
yeah, okay, I'll try that.
Okay.
Let's dive off of here to take a whatever with a roll at the end, or
Take a matrix shot in the middle here.
All right, let me see. You take 5 points of bludgeoning damage as you impact the ground. You took care of that, and then now make your shot. You do have to click disadvantage though. But
alright, so
Make sure you target him.
do I do the insight or
do
just
the insight.
the after?
Yeah, do the insight. Yeah, do the insight one first. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So you have an 11, so it doesn't mean that it depends on what he gets. They are not charismatic, so there's a decent chance. Depends on what he rolls. Natural 20. No, he is he is hiding his current intentions mostly through all the sticks that are sticking through him. He's behind a literal shield of sticks that are poking through him in all places.
Alright, well you still get a normal attack.
Yep.
Right, so disadvantage clicked and then
You still hit.
Still hit him.
Come
That's
Come
awesome.
on, magic numbers. It does it, and he's dead.
Yes! Yes! It was epic!
He's sitting
Oh,
there
worth
with like literally like a pin cushion with all this shrapnel of all the because he was part of a tower that fell down, and so he's
Yeah,
got like a log sticking through him and whatever, and then you just boop, like right in the head from as you fall off of the tower, like upside down as you're kind of like doing a somersault. And you
In
stick
the
him
air.
right in his head, and then you kind of land on the ground and kind of slam against the wall next to you a little bit. Ow, that hurt. But
Oh
you
man,
got him.
that was awesome.
But you got him.
And I'm off the tower.
That you are. Yep. And I think that's all the actions, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Make your turn. Make your turn.
Sorry,
Advance.
I always forget that part.
I have this thing. I'm just gonna do my normal 2 attacks on him.
Do you get advantage still, or has it
He's still
spawn
stunned
again?
until the end of my turn, is my understanding. Is that
That's
correct?
correct. That is correct.
I think I have to remove it manually because I didn't do it correctly putting it on him. So, but anyway,
I'll
if he
look
doesn't
at-
die,
if he survives, we'll see.
here's the first
Yeah, if he
attack.
survives.
Ooh, hit. And he didn't.
That was it. Okay. Now that was my attack phase. Does my move have to come before my attack, or can
It does
I?
not. It can move. You can
can
even
attack,
mix
move,
it up.
attack.
You can attack, move, as long as your move goes
Okay.
more than your maximum.
So my
distance.
understanding is that I have 40 move as a goofy monk.
You are correct.
Okay. So and I also that if I run 10 feet or more, that I can leap up and grab a hold of that wall, and maybe that counts as like rough movement. And can I do it? And I could probably climb back up onto the wall. That's what I want to try to do.
Yes.
Why? You have big holes in the wall right in front of you.
No. I want to get on the wall because I think, wait, if I go along the wall, can I get into the tower on the southeast corner? If I can't, then that's not what I want to do. Maybe I'll just run around.
The southeast tower. You would have to do another run and try to climb up again. Running jump to try to climb.
Okay.
Climb up.
Oh,
over the edge.
I just think it's cool, so I'm going to try to get up on the wall and then head in that direction. So this is something like, this is one.
Do you have? Let me
2,
see. Because
3.
monks get some cool, dope monk shit.
Yeah.
I want to see if you got that yet.
I'm not till level 9.
Is that where you can
To
just,
run
like,
run up a
walls?
wall. Yeah, run up a wall is at 9. But I think I can jump there. So I forgot where I was.
Yeah, so you get a running jump. So let's see. If you want to try to just leap up onto the thing,
I'm thinking like leap up
what
to
is your
here.
strength score?
1, 2, 3, 4. So I should be able to get
12.
up there. I calculated it that I should be able to leap high enough with a 10-foot run and go.
So I always forget the jump rolls because it's like 3 times there's distance is 3 times your score, 1 times your modifier. Get them backwards. Yes, it's 3 plus your strength modifier if you move at least 10 feet. So your modifier is only a +1.
Oh, +2, but maybe I'm misreading. Oh, you're right. It's
12
+1.
12 strength,
You're right. You're right.
So I'll let you still try to make it. Let's see.
So maybe I can't
Extend
make it.
your
I can only
arms.
jump 4 feet up, and it's 10 feet high, and
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
quite
'cause-
6 feet. Like fingertips.
Yeah, so roll me an athletics check real quick. Roll
Okay.
athletics.
That's a
I think this
skill.
will be alright. It's pretty easy DC, I think, for you to do this. Wow, just like I said, with your fingertips. 4 was an 8.
With proficiency.
How tall are you?
I don't know.
I mean, your character.
I don't know how tall he is. Whatever normal lizard man is.
Yeah, I think that I think you're actually still fine, honestly. The I was looking at what the DC
Fingertips.
You are tall enough that with your +4 jump and then just a like that's what the athletics check is just to see if you've got how good of a launch your jump is, and even with a pretty bad one you can still get to fingertips. But then when you have to spend, I would say, 1 square to pull yourself up, where you might, if it had been a good jump, you would have been able to do it without taking extra movement.
So I basically only have 3 more. 7, 8. So that'll put me there with my full move.
Mm-hmm. And then you
All
still have another attack and a bonus left if you've had something to attack.
Yeah, I can't see my throwing
bonus
darts
action.
that far. And my bonus what can I use for my bonus action?
Technically, you could use Step of the Wind, which is your thing to let you use a dash. Take a key point to do it.
No, I can't afford that. I gotta save my dash.
Okay.
I mean, I saved my last key point for this stupid maw demon.
Yeah, then you are.
I think I'm done.
Yeah, then I think you're done. Yep.
All right, let's go.
All right, Kazran, you're on top of a smoking, burning tower.
This
Not
is
a problem.
fine.
I start running, and I just take a little leap here, and I cast Featherfall.
Ooh, that's bonus action
yeah.
for Featherfall, right?
Reaction.
Reaction.
Yeah. I was looking at Levitate first, and I was reading all the rules as intended and rules as written, and I was like,
yes.
If we were falling at the same time, I could have cast it on both me and Fina, but anyway, so I just kind of
so you just
60 feet, so I just kind of float down to about here-ish.
And that just uses your reaction, which...
So it was a spell, so I could use a cantrip as my action, correct?
Yes.
Who can I see? Can I see Maul Demon 90? Is he up high enough?
Well, not up high enough, but the wall's missing. So I would say
there's a big breach in the wall there.
They might have some partial cover because of all the rubble, but otherwise you can see them. You can see both of those Maw Demons there.
Well, I will just try to shoot a firebolt at this guy. You can do it with disadvantage, or?
No. Which one are you doing? 90?
Yeah.
90.
Technically, has Hicks gone yet? Are we still on rallying cry, or has he already gone?
We still are, yes, until the beginning of his turn.
His turn, yes, he hasn't gone yet. So
you would get advantage on it, and then that's a good call. That is a good call.
Which means technically mine shouldn't have been
at disadvantage.
With disadvantage, but
yeah,
whatever.
because the advantage and disadvantage would have canceled out. It would have been a straight roll.
Mm-hmm.
I would just put in a. I'm trying to think. Not on 90. No, I'm not going to give you any penalty against 90. I think you've got enough clearance through the rubble where you could hit him without cover.
Gonna do it. I knew it. See? Called it as I seen it.
Yeah.
Bloop.
Oof.
It's a cantrip. You know, I landed with style. That's all I needed.
Like float down.
I'm too independent for that shit.
Not my turn yet.
Oh yeah, your echo doesn't get on its own turn. It only goes when you tell it to do something.
And that fire spell is not AoE, I assume.
Correct.
It's just a little pew pew finger gun.
Yeah, I just kind of shot my finger out, and a little fire, baby fire hit him.
Did the Sparkles fingers. Sparkles.
Basically,
No,
an
they're
attack
coming for
from
the other
Jubilee
tower.
From the X-Men. It's about as effective. Sparkles. Alright, yep, they're coming for the other tower. Ooh, 93. Okay, good. So the tower is largely unaffected. Small weakening, but mostly unaffected. Ooh, that one does. Its attack is does no damage. Effectively misses. This one, oh, also still decent. All right, the tower is now missing a small chunk out of the bottom, but it is still staying upright. It is still holding with quite a bit of its support, but another good hit will probably start to bring the tower down. Warrior. Ooh, on me, just die.
I'm melting.
Caleb's gonna climb back up in the rubble, make his way over to this, which is. That one's dead, that one's dead.
No, he missed. Ah!
I forgot to roll with advantage, so it's a good thing I did that.
Hit.
Alright, Hicks is up. Alright, actually, before his turn, he's going to use. Let's see. He can use any of his legendaries, all three legendary action points. So he's going to use all three and do the command again. The one that allows everyone a movement, action, or something similar. Movement or action. So he's going to use all three legendary actions to make another call. Pinpoint your attacks. Bring them down. And then let everybody make a free movement or action.
Drad, in the southeast tower, the
Move
circle.
Echo on the tower.
circle. What is the circle in the southeast tower?
He's at the bottom.
That was the acid blob that landed on top. They got lobbed on top of the orc that was standing up on top of the tower that ate through a lot of the
I think I'm just going to go through the hole in the wall and see how that goes. Does everybody get a move, including us?
Yeah, everyone. Everyone's going to get one interaction.
What?
Rude.
What?
No.
Did you move, Riv?
Or moved up, yeah. I'm not
You
saying
attack a
I'm
thing on
side
the wall?
hicks.
Is that what you did, Gar?
Yeah.
When we move
still-
like that, Drad, does it queue up our moves in some kind of thing for you, or that you have to
No,
approve
I've
it?
got it turned off.
Okay, just for this massive one.
Yeah, it's a mess.
To access the stairs in the tower, or like the ladder in the tower, what part of the tower do I have to go in?
Sorry, where? Which one?
Like if I'm trying to go in this other
Oh,
tower
where
that's just
to
north
go
of
in?
Hicks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
It looks like on the northeast corner.
yeah, through.
On the east, yeah, there, yeah.
Is it the far north part, or like both of those?
Both of them.
Okay.
I would say.
I was trying to
it's-
see if I
that's
can make it on the next move.
I'm gonna do that.
Still need some help on the east. We got lots of shit over here still. Got a spider eating things. Wretch alive.
You got this.
No, I'm out of key. I'm out of gas.
Can you use it though?
Take one of them maybe, but I'm surprised that armed mouth guy hasn't made it in yet. Number 61.
Brad's
Yeah.
making them rules, you know it.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if he's gone every turn.
He's the one that was lobbing the acid globules
Oh, okay.
both times that have killed someone on each go.
Ch-
He's doing his part.
All right, let's see how this works. My drow warrior that's just hanging on is going to use his action as attempt to free himself from paralysis. Try to overcome the poison. And he rolls a natural one, so no, he's not doing that.
I can't reach him next round either. Not with anything effective.
His buddy is going to use an ability that allows him to not teleport swap places like the echo kind of thing, but to kind of come in and like push somebody aside and back behind and get in the way. And take his spot. So that's what he's doing with his action.
Good guy. Good guy, Dro.
Down over here. Those two are going to attack Dredge 14. he's gonna try to overcome his paralysis. He also rolls a natural one. Okay. Okay.
They're stealing my rolls, man.
These two are gonna kill Dretch 28. He only has 1 hit point, so. Okay. Hicks is gonna run up. He used his legendary action. So he told everybody to do something. That was his legendary actions for his previous turn. Now he's gonna use his actual movement, and you can see as he takes off running, there's almost like some shadow to him as he's running. It's almost like he's kind of blurred in place, and he's moving very quickly. It's like he's darting like small bits at a time, boop, boop, and he's just kind of like hopping. It's like, but he's jumping time, sort of, to do it. And as he does, it's like there's an echo of him behind. Not the same way that there's like an echo for Balazar, but more like a Johnny Cage's shadow kick kind of thing. As there's like very brief, shadowy images where he was quarter of a second behind and multiples.
Dad, I accidentally closed the map. I was trying to get rid of a marker, but I closed the map. How do I get it back? Sorry, thank you.
That's alright. And then as he kind of slides, almost like through time and space, around the tower, you can see he comes around the corner, and he draws very similar to... he's got a short sword, very similar to some of the others, but he's got a hand crossbow in his other hand, and he kind of slides into the first Maw Demon that's right in front of him. Is where like the shadowy trail ends, and where he kind of stops. He stops at the point where he's like up to the hilt into the demon.
Ow,
I would say that he hit.
That hurts. Oh my, that's a lot of dice.
And then as he stops, he just, like almost anime style, like it didn't pierce through. He just stopped and the blade was inside of the demon. And then right when he stopped, then he slid straight up through and cut it in half, and then turned kind of underneath. His one hand's raised overhead, and just underneath, you can see that he's got a little hand crossbow. And as he pulls the trigger, you can see that like a dart doesn't just fly out immediately, but the crossbow begins to pulse and then glow, and then you hear a buzz as it like sounds like it's charging up, and it fires a bolt of pure radiant energy that pierces through the next one.
Hicks is a badass. How come his short sword did so much damage? Oh, sorry, how come?
One of his special maneuvers that he did.
Okay.
Is like he's a spell sword, so he's
Okay.
charged his weapons with a spell, each one, and when he hit, the first, like the actual weapon, like the spell energy goes off as a part of the damage. So he's like stored up spell energy in his weapons. He takes another swipe with his regular short sword. And then that one dies. And then that's all it is. Now it's Belisar's turn.
Balzar's sad now. Stole his thunder. Then jump
Balazar's
off the
got to hoof
wall.
it to find enemies.
He's gonna jump off the wall. Leave a motherfucker. Uses echo to get back up on the wall and then jump down again.
There are...
Thing up there.
Most things are in the north. Let's see. You got the couple things in the northwest. The spider. There's one spider and one maw demon up there.
Yeah.
Southwest
not
and
much
south
in
are
the east.
clear. There's one in. There's a one spider on the east, one dretch on the east, one maw demon on the east.
There's still an ogre alive over there, so he's in a crush thing.
And one rudder, one special rudderkin. All right. So what would you like to do?
Trying to think of it. The wall's broken, so I can't cross on the battlements.
You could kind of cross. You feel like you could, with the parts that are there, you could kind of go up or down using that if you would like. As part of the support beams are over, so it's almost like a ramp that goes from you down, and then another ramp that goes from the down back to the up, from the old rampart.
So,
Demon's gonna turn and attack the ogre. One of the ogre soldiers is down. Brutus, you can see just through a glimpse of now the broken wall. This Rudderkin is different. a little. Its arm is its weird arm with the teeth on it is bigger than the others, and you can see it take a step forward, kind of shambling so, and then it points that big arm and it swells larger and larger, and then it kind of coils back, and then it's almost like it thrusts forward, and as it does, its giant green glob of acid shoots out of the mouth at the end of its arm, and flies over. And hits the drow that's in front of the spider, but the one that's like paralyzed with 2 health, it actually misses. Oh wait, it's paralyzed, I guess. Maybe it still misses also. Actually, it still misses. Okay, so it still misses the paralyzed guy, but that acid lands on the other, and you can see it melts away everywhere that it splashes. It seemed like a little bit hits the spider. You can hear the spider kind of cry out, but then a bunch of it hits right all over the top of that the drow that's right in front of it. Hits the side of the wall, the ramparts, and everywhere it touches, it just instantly corrodes and melts and starts to disintegrate. The drow, which leaped in to save his buddy, is instantly dissolved.
Oof. Did it do any damage to the spider?
It did a little, yes. Only like little bits and drips, like hot oil splashed over, like just a little bit, a couple of drops landed on it, and it reels with pain. This stretch is going to try to spit its fetid cloud on the tent. It's right there, so it's going to be able to do that pretty easily. You can see that canvas tent, whatever that putrid stuff that they spit on it, didn't really hurt the wooden stuff, but it sets the canvas tents on fire.
Is there a rubber ducky in the bathtub?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that was mine. Sorry.
Rubber ducky. Alright, Ogre's turn. It's 70 feet. You can't make it that far. Can't make it 50. He's gonna leap up and over next to the spider. Unfortunately misses with the first attack. It does hit with the second. And kills the spider.
Yay.
3 cheers for ogres. Hip hip hooray. Oh, I get to go first. Look at that.
And you get to go first. And then Kaz is up second. And then the orcs go. And then the Rudderkin gets to go.
How,
And
Should be
Get
fun.
to go.
how much rubble is here in this northwest tower?
Across the tower is significant. It would be It would be pretty. Well, it depends on what you're trying to shoot at, like the spider or the maw demon.
Either or.
It would be harder to hit the maw. Like the maw demon would be behind more cover than the spider would.
Okay. So if I move up 1, 2, 5, 6 there, and then aim for the spider.
And you could put a -2 right next to where it says disadvantage. Just click the -2 on the attack against the spider.
Okay. Can I use insightful fighting?
You can, yes.
Okay. Which is insight.
Yes. It rolled an 8 with a -3, so it gets a 5.
So do I just...
You have gained insight. If you hit, you will be able to sneak attack.
Okay, so it's still disadvantage on the attack roll, though, right?
Not disadvantage, just a
No,
minus.
sorry,
minus two.
-2 on the... Okay.
But you still hit. Go on your.
Back.
Just threading the needles through all the junk. And spider's down.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Wait, what spider's dead?
The one you're running
Northwest.
towards. You go get your
God.
cardio in.
Wait, how'd you kill a spider?
I shot it!
Shot
Ow.
with their bow.
My initial instinct is initially to go help my brother, but I know if I kill that thing and he ran all the way up there, he's gonna be moody. So I'm going to take a dash action and see how far I can get here.
Depends
Something
on
like
how much
there.
you drank beforehand.
Well, someone decided to give me soup, so now I'm more aware. I could.
What's
I
your
would,
normal move, Kazrin?
A dash, so it'd be 12. It'd be
I
about,
think
yeah.
you.
I was on that bush.
He was in the bush. He just
Okay.
did a bunch of
This bush?
zigzagging for some reason.
Yeah, I think
No. Well, like, he was, like, northeast of me, a square and a half. In between the two bushes, I think.
Right in that. Right
Yep.
on the road, right.
I think so.
Kind of. Yeah.
I appreciate the detail, but I think it's fine.
Yeah, you got one more square in you.
Yep. There you go.
Okay, the orcs.
Parks. Orcs Anonymous.
Sorry.
You can just draw an arrow, and if it's less than 60 feet, or when it gets to 60 feet, that's where you can move, kind of.
Yeah. Or, well, 40 feet or whatever. He was doing a dash. Yeah, so 60 for him.
Yeah, yeah. Yours is 40 normal.
I don't know how to get rid of my arrow, so I just put it off the board somewhere. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage.
The other ogre is dead.
What killed him?
The rudder, the one that spit the acid globule, charged up another one and shot. This one is different than the others.
Yeah, that's the one I'm running toward. I'm getting a little nervous, Drad.
I like how the combat tracker is all, like, I haven't changed the size of the window, but now all the characters are in the same window.
Yeah. It was like really long at first.
Well, Kazrin's coming to help you.
Okay. Well, He's got another round or two to get here.
Oh shit!
Plus, I'm worried about that maw demon. I don't know what I'm gonna do here.
Oh shit!
Wait, the fiery horse is back? What the shit? I thought he left.
He appears
Oh
on
shit!
the other side of the water, leaping through the ethereal plane into the material world, setting the another section of the palisade on fire.
Oh
When
shit.
he reaches the doorway to the next
cabin.
the cabin, you can see immediately that a pulse, shockwave, emits from the cabin, and the horse is flown several feet away, and you can see that the force emanated was with great power. That shockwave nearly blows the horse apart into just many pieces as the fire goes out.
Wow. Well, can't get to the big baddie. Alright. How far is this? Yeah, maybe I'll just do this, and then I'll give one more round before we go to the other guy. I don't know how I'm gonna get to him if I do this. This is the wimp way, but this is what I'm doing, I guess. Okay, I'll go up there. Whoop. And then I'm gonna target him, and I shall attack. There we go. That's not good. Still hit. Okay, well, fine. Shit. Okay, I'm gonna use my bonus action to hit him one time. I won't use the flurry of blows, right?
Okay, that's fine. Yep.
Everybody else kill him one hit. I gotta like spoon him to death. Alright, he's dead. Good. That's me.
Alright, Captain Hicks. Let's see. What can we see Captain Hicks? Balazar, you can see Captain Hicks. You see that he stands there, and then he puts his hand kind of vertically up in front of his face and bows his head, and then like a knife, it looks like he cuts the air in front of him, literally, like physically cuts the air in front of him, making a slit into the fabric of reality, and he steps into this doorway to somewhere else and disappears.
Uh-oh.
I would have laughed if he appeared right by Wolfen and killed the Maw Demon.
Here he comes.
Or me.
Hell yeah.
I thought about it. I did think about it. Can anybody see? No, everyone's behind the wall. All you hear, Brutus, just not far away, is a guttural growl, followed by the splattering of blood and flesh.
Uh-oh. He got him from range in the bushes. That's good. I was nervous about that guy.
Alright, Balazar's turn. Only enemies still left on the field that we know about are 2 Maw Demons. Alpha, strike him! I was like,
I'll
if you rolled
try.
like natural ones, like 2 in a row, I would have left my ass.
Oh, he's dying. He got him. He got him. He's keeping up the old once I attack, they die thing.
Swap, bitch, back. Before I even hit the ground, I swap places with my echo.
I yell at my brother, "There's one over here. You forgot him. There's one more. What are you doing?"
Where?
Our battle
Yeah.
awareness is excellent.
Far southeast.
That's what I'm saying. Our battle awareness is excellent.
Yeah, well, I'm not just looking at the entire map. I've been kind of focused on my quadrant.
Oh, I'm just joking. My guy wouldn't even really be able to see him at this point. I'm just. There was more things over here.
How that Dro took
Well,
my
we have
spot.
the
That's where I
Kazran
was.
has the
That's where I was gonna go.
Kazran has the eagle telling him where.
The crow,
Raven.
the bird, the raven.
I've not had him in a minute.
Oh,
He's out hunting for the other party.
oh, that's right.
Olisar, haven't been watching the combat tracker. There's only one left. Check your heads-up display.
And going to, let's see.
All 30 of these guys are just gonna chump them.
Balasar would let you know that he doesn't have a watch. He's not rich enough.
Miss.
Miss. Oh,
Shit.
oof.
We've had some epic moments here. Big fireballs, cool bow shots, cool one shots with a two-hander.
It's good the name guy didn't get to go any more than he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got dicked on the his initiative roll really sucked for him. Didn't get to do all the cool things. He only got to go once.
Yeah,
And the
that's-
first round's always to show us what's about to happen, but not yet.
Yeah, how can Dread really kill us?
Oh, he has
And then
all the
Hicks
ways.
is going to use his legendary actions to let everybody attack him. Get, one attack remove.
Just
Where
move a
that
little
guy
closer.
needs to go. Let's see if it's enough.
I made it.
Kazran, you got any cast rain?
I think I made it here to witness his death.
In a line of sight.
Ooh, that Tim's good. Oh, I needed that.
We got it. All right, and I need a rest now. Yay! Excellent.
Excellent.
This makes up for last time when we had no combat. This was only combat.
There's a lot of combat.
That was pretty epic.
It was epic. I enjoyed it. It was awesome.
I don't like to do too many of the big battles like this because they're cumbersome to have a million enemies and allies all going, and like you go once every hour, it feels kind of bad.
Yeah,
But sometimes that they're needed to part of, it's just part of the story.
Story.
this is where like being around at a real table would be, because you could fudge so much more stuff. But fantasy grounds, you got to keep it pretty legit to make
Yeah, I
this
can
work.
flip the table when everyone kills all my monsters.
So I kind of head towards the fire to find out what befell the rest of the group.
We all meet back
and
up.
check in on everybody.
Yeah, just
I high five my echo, and then
Everyone kind of
Kill
goes
him with
into
1 point of damage.
emergency, like put out the fires, like all the immediacy kind of things.
Yeah.
Not into repairs, but you can see all the soldiers. They double check. They check wounded. They check the dead, and then just to double check to see if there's anything that can be done. There's no like they have field medicine, but they don't have any kind of magical assistance here to be able to actually like revivify any of the dead or anything like that. So those that fell did in fact die, and they spend their first little bit putting out the fires and then making sure everything's semi-stable, and then some of the so there's the camp goers that were all merry and cheerful start coming out of all of their hiding places. So, kind of in the immediate interim, right after the battle, what kind of things would you guys be doing?
Once I verify that everyone in the party is alive and in relatively good health, I'm gonna hustle out the main gate and try to find the corpse of the Babu or Babao
Babow.
guy and kind of poke around there and see if I can see anything of interest or that points to sort of any information about him. Investigate that corpse.
So one thing you note, like when you go out, you do see like still almost like dead, but like still twitching, like on the ground there, and then not just twitching like in like just nerves causing things to twitch like you think of, but its skin and some of its body is not exactly amorphous, but the fact that it was opening and closing in different areas, you kind of see that part twitching as well. Think like part of its body is separating, coming back together, and that kind of in that way. It is not clothed or carrying anything. But now that you can kind of get a closer look at it, you can kind of see what it is a little more. A little more. Let's see if I think this would be
Investigation check.
well. When you the investigation check would be for the searching the corpse, but there's nothing. There's nothing to investigate, so to speak.
Okay.
I'm
Gotcha.
thinking more about like maybe getting some kind of like what is this thing?
Insight?
No, I think it's going to be more like a knowledge check. So I was just trying to think if it was religion or arcana for demons. I'll let you roll either one. Just pick which one you would prefer. Arcana or religion.
I think for me they're the same.
I will do Arcana.
Ooh, okay. You're proficient in Arcana. Okay, good.
Yeah.
This is a pretty rare demon. It isn't like a demon lord, but it is a pretty powerful demon that's it is a lesser demon, not a lord, but it is created by the demon lords for the pure purpose of spreading chaos and terror throughout the multiverse in all the different planes of existence. Um, they're they're kind of a special breed they're created specifically. Most demons are very feral. Other than like the really sentient lords and the like, most of the demons are very like they're all they're monstrosities, and they're just like large, powerful, lumbering hulks that do devastating things, but they're not usually smart or cunning. This thing, the Babao, is known to have both the cunning of the devils and the pure monstrous strength and power of a demon. And they're kind of it's like a crossbreed between the two. It's very rare to find them in the material plane.
I share that information with Athena, and of course the whole group if they're around.
I have two things, I think. After initially helping out with the fires and the wounded and whatnot, I want to give another go with his amulet. And like if I were to cast detect magic, it gives me extra sight. So I would like to cast like I was casting detect magic or detect magic like spell, but with the amulet to see if I can see anything.
I'm trying to think
With
of
the
what you
amulet,
mean
Charlie.
exactly. You mean like you're trying to put the spell's magic into it, or
I'm trying to like no, not really. I'm just trying to use the amulet as if it were a spell, and the spell I'm trying to cast is anything that would give me any extra vision. Like, do I see any other tears in reality where other demons could be coming through, or do I see anything through it? If that makes
roll
sense.
me a D100 in the chat.
Okay, okay.
Probably integrate them.
Hmm. The amulet does not seem to react to either your use as a magic item or as any kind of recipient of the spell energy, either one. And so for you're not really sure, like you know that you were able to invoke and kind of like activate it like a magic item in a moment of dire need, but you're not really sure why it's not reacting to you now.
Okay. I'm just, experimenting with it. I didn't necessarily expect much. The other thing, if I see Hicks, if he's within, if I pass through him, the visual line of sight, I would like to send him a message that it's like, I know you have a lot going on at this moment, but before we leave, we should talk.
The other thing I want to do actually is go over here where the acid spit is on the ground still and take one arrow and kind of test it and see if I can sort of dip the arrowhead in it and see if it disintegrates the arrowhead or if it kind of coats it.
Okay. That's interesting thought. The when it leaves the creature, you saw where it had hit, and it just started disintegrating things immediately. But then it hits the ground, and then it kind of. You're not sure what trigger causes it to change properties, but it doesn't like eat through the ground, and even some of the stuff that's there doesn't necessarily go through it. But when you touch the arrow tip to it, the first you go to do it and move, and as it moves, it changes colors a little bit, and then it disintegrates. Like as soon as it starts to change color, it disintegrates the tip of one of your arrows. But it's still cut. Like there's other planks and things that it's touching where it's still over and laying there, but when it isn't moving, it's coating those and not disintegrating them.
So as long as it's not moving, it doesn't.
Well, all you know is that it's on some planks and it's not disintegrating the planks.
But it disintegrates if I pick up a stick and poke it with the stick.
Yes.
What if I pick up a stick and just like gently put it next to the acid and then like very, very minusculely like touch it without making much movement?
He's really playing with stuff. Sorry.
Roll a dexterity check.
Yes, I got it on this stick. Okay, fuck now.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to, like when you just moved it a little bit, it didn't seem to interact with the stick.
So it's coated the tip of the stick.
Mm-hmm.
Slightly.
Mm-hmm.
And if I slowly pull it out and wave it around, does it then disintegrate the stick?
It does.
Okay. So I think I'll leave it alone and then go tell Kazarin about what I discovered with it and see if he wants to do anything more with it. But it doesn't serve a use for me.
Once I'm back at the fire, I start to meditate as best I can.
Yeah, begin the start of a. I mean, it's at this stage, like it was starting to be kind of late in the evening. I mean, it was after dark. You were getting tired, and you had expected those patrols to return, well before then. And so we're looking at like 11 o'clock, midnight, after you were up at like before dawn. And so it's been a long day, and everyone is pretty tired. And you begin your meditations. What about are we gonna try to sleep, or what's the next kind of course of action?
I'm gonna try to help because I'm not that tired.
I mean, my plan is to meditate and then sleep. Hope unless the party is like trying to get out of here, but
no, I mean I think that they've met the immediate needs of the camp, right? I mean they put out all the fires and stuff, so there's not really much we can do for the night. We may as well get what rest we can and maybe give more aid and talk to Hicks in the morning before we leave.
I'm offering
maybe-
Hicks my eyes for a watch shift since we're staying in this camp.
I'll be with my brother. I'll definitely say to Athena and Brutus that yeah, we should definitely sleep, rest soon. Do it now if you need to. I'm just still got some built up energy, and I guess some of the military life is still a little something me and Balasar was used to.
I'm tired. I'm disappointed. I've been blue-balled.
Can't
Well, can
quite-
you even
Still,
get in to
can't
see
quite help you
Hicks
there.
right now to ask or to offer?
There's someone else in charge.
Yeah, that the other guy that was in charge, he wasn't here. Hicks is only.
Well, I'm sure he was here.
You think he was in the cabin?
No, I think the horse just got decimated by nothing.
Could have been a powerful ward, right? Stepped on the wrong plate. Poof. Like when you got there, you started to feel your hair getting all in. Maybe you were getting ready to get knocked back.
Interesting thoughts.
Like I said, I'm going to try to offer my services.
Oh yeah, they. I mean, after you can see that even these hardened
lost
soldiers are at a point where they're they're holding up much better than most people would, but they are definitely at a point where they're tired and there's a little emotional damage maybe that's kind of coming around. Lost a lot of their comrades fell in this fight. And so, after they pile corpses up and they put out the fires, you can kind of see the shoulders slump. Very uncharacteristic of everything you've seen, as they've been like clockwork and rigid, and they march in unison and together, almost creepily so. Some, in a lot of the ways. And now they're slumped. Now the wind's knocked out of them.
I think just maybe me and Balasar with our little orc and drow friend up here just offer a watch rotation, and we'll just sleep up here.
Yeah.
That's a good plan.
Help with the watch. Get rested.
I took a lot of damage in that fight.
We will take. We will start. We will end the session there and start the next one at the beginning of the next day. Bright and early. No further attacks came in the night. Those on watch did see a couple of patrols come in. Those couple of patrols were seriously dwindled in number, as though that other fighting had taken place on the outskirts away from this place. But now what was easily over 100 is probably down to 25 left in the maybe 30 left in the garrison. The outer patrols took the brunt of it. Very few returned.
I mean, I'm guessing that they were out for so long that this battle started maybe before they got here, or did it just kind of start when they hit the walls?
Seems there's something to that. Maybe different, and maybe some of these that were on the inside didn't come through the outer patrols. The outer patrols were hit, and then somehow many others made it inside. Either between the patrols or some other means. Not sure.
Well, no one died. Like, none of us died. So, woohoo! Connor take any damage that fight either? No. I think any of us took damage.
I fell off the
From
wall.
Brutus.
Fall damage.
Fell off the wall.
All right, I'm gonna
Too
go
much
ahead and end the
damage.
recording there.